All right, we are live. Get myself set up here. And we will get underway. Excuse me. And I'm frozen. Slow start. It's all right. Welcome. We are in Albany, New York, the Italian American Community Center for a culminating tournament of the pilot program, the first year of Section 2 High School Unified Bocce. For those of you who are not familiar with Unified Sports, it's a program that is, I'll have somebody who knows a lot more than I do on here later to give some better information than what I have, but basically, Unified Sports is a program that the Special Olympics puts on in high schools. And it's a way for students with and without intellectual disabilities to compete together on high school sports teams. That's about as much as I know about it. But like I said, I'll have somebody on here later on to explain a lot more. For now, let's get to the action. Our first game, we got our scoreboard situated and everything. Looks like we have the Guilderland Dutchmen versus the Amsterdam Rams. So I guessed right on one of the teams. And we'll update that. Not sure what we're playing to today. Can you find that out, please, Dad? My father joining me in the booth here shortly. You can see our first couple balls are a little short, just out of frame. Ooh, a Paulino shot already.
Points or a 20-minute time limit.
12 points or a 20-minute time limit. It's not much of a time limit, huh? New quick games. There it is. So we're scrambling a little bit this morning to get everything sorted out. This is, even though we're from Saratoga and we play in Albany and in all around the Capital District pretty regularly, I have actually not been here before to this particular community center. So, short Paulino from Guilderland. It's a nice first ball. It's about 22 inches in front of Paulino. A little bit to the right, though. Should be wide open for Amsterdam. We are playing backboard live. Oh, right between them. And joining me in the booth now, my father, Lou Sheldon. Morning, Dad.
Good morning. My volume, my volume okay?
That
is my volume okay?
My job.
Okay.
Not yours. What was the score of the first frame? We're going to go find out. So Amsterdam's thrown all their balls. They do have 1 point sitting there. Guilderland's got 3 balls left. A shot. What a beautiful shot. Wow. It was a little bit beyond Amsterdam's ball on the left there. So looks like Guilderland's only got 1 point, but they got about 4 feet to roll in. That ball, I believe, made it. That's pretty close. It's right in front of our booth here. Looks like it's good. Oh, no. Oh. 1 ball left. Oh, I'm sorry. That was the last ball, so. He might have sold it on the last ball. It's pretty close. I think we're going to get a measurement. We'll teach these kids how to measure by the end of the day. So Guilderland scored 2 in the first frame. And
well, I got the scoop from the scorekeeper. It's 2 to
like
nothing.
They're holding Paulino. It's 3-0 now.
Oh, they got 2 on that one. Okay, it's 3-0. I noticed the ball moved during the measurement.
Now I'm being told it's 2-0.
Oh, it's 2 to nothing. Okay. Yeah, it looked like 1 point there.
Okay.
So Guilderland's a red.
So you see our helpers on the side here. Special Olympics does a nice job of organizing all these different volunteers to help with indicating points and measuring, keeping score.
They do a great job of organizing all this.
That ball is ball number 2 from Amsterdam. That's in.
I think it's in, yeah.
A ref says it's not, but that's definitely in.
No, the ref says it is. When the ref when the ref holds up the red, that means the red has to go.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's the opposite of what we do. So he should hold up the red again.
Yeah, so 2 balls down for Guilderland. Amsterdam's got the point there, about 5, a little over 5 feet, I think. Ball number 3 for Guilderland. That's a good spot for it. It's going to block that path a little bit.
Still a little short.
For Amsterdam, but it's short. It's not the point. So they'll be forced to use their last ball. Amsterdam's going to have 2 balls back and possibly a point sitting there. Good line, a little heavy. So should be plenty of room for Amsterdam. Tie it up or even take the lead. Oh, a little bit short though.
Very short. They can still come in.
Yeah, perhaps.
This one looks like a decent speed.
Nice ball.
Good ball. Yeah.
2 points for Amsterdam. So I guess I can tell what the score is by looking at at the scoreboard from this side and subtracting 1. Paulino is just over half court. And they got a lady right in front of the camera. Hope these balls are easier to see for you guys than they are for me. I am colorblind. This is ball number 3 for Amsterdam. It's just short. So a great first point from Guilderland. It's going to force Amsterdam to use all their balls. And that's going to be a little bit short too, but if you're going to miss short, right, they got it blocked up. They're in the way for Guilderland. And oh no. So now Amsterdam is sitting 3 points, I think. Guilderland's got 2 balls left, though. Amsterdam is out of balls. A little bump and run. Great point. Yeah, last ball of the frame is going to be a little bit short, so. Rapid fire throws here. Both teams wasting no time in between balls. Guilderland's up 3-2. Like we said, there's a 20-minute time limit on these games. So, for reference, for example, this year at Nationals, in June we had 55-minute time limits on games, and sorry, I'm Dino's distracting me. Dino Franceschi's here from out of town, visiting from the Waterside Club in Phoenix, New York. Host of the New York State Bocce Club Championship. Dino does a lot of work with Special Olympics. But what I started to say was this fantastic first point from Guilderland. Amsterdam. Oh, here we go. Here comes a shot. I was going to say, I think they're going to need to shoot that. A little wide right. 2 balls down. This is the 3rd one coming in. Good time to start playing defense. Try and hold Guilderland to 1 point if they can. To finish my thought, which I've started 3 times now. Sorry about that. This year at Nationals, we had a 55-minute time limit on games, and the games were also to 12. And that was often not enough time to complete those games. So a 20-minute time limit is makes for some pretty fast-paced games. Strong roll from Guilderland. Takes out their point there, but they still have the point. Here comes the last ball of the frame. Is he going to make it? Yeah, that's going to be 2 more points for Guilderland. 5-2. So each of these schools has, let's see if we can take a look at Guilderland's roster. Each of these schools, you see Guilderland has, I believe, 18, no, more than that. What is that, 22? 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 24. 24 players on their roster. So each of these teams, or each of these schools, has multiple teams competing. I believe for some of the schools, they are separated kind of into A teams and B teams, and C, D, and so on. not entirely sure.
I believe that's true. I was talking with one of the organizers. When I asked about how many courts are going to be used, she mentioned that in the morning they're using 3 courts, and that each team had an A, B, and C team, and they'd be rotating through.
Right. So there are two tournaments today that are essentially separate tournaments. There's 4 schools competing in the first one, which is the 10 a.m. time slot. And then later on, we will have 3 other schools. I believe it's Saratoga, Mahonison. Let's see who's not here right now.
I know that Fort Edward had a team. They might be part of this.
Nice shot. With the slow-mo on that. Nice shot by Amsterdam. Oh, I'm not sure it completely pushed it out of the way, though. I think Guilderland still sitting point. Amsterdam's out of balls. Guilderland's got one more ball left. That ball went long. And they're going to get one more point. It's going to be 6-2. And we're going to see a measure. One more point for Guilderland.
This is quite an atmosphere here. This is, I was out in the parking lot there when some of the buses came in. And boy, there's a lot of excitement, a lot of electricity here. And I see
Paulina's a little bit short of half court.
Number of parents, grandparents, I assume, family members, friends sitting around.
And we hope some watching at home. For those of you who are new to the sport of bocce, you may hear us call it butch. That's kind of the Napolitan pronunciation, I guess.
Well, bocce in Italian means kiss.
Does it?
So yes, like those blue wrapper Perugina bocce kisses, bocce, the candies that you see in the store.
That's spelled with an A, though, isn't it?
It's B-A-C-I, but that's how it's pronounced, bocce.
Well, for those of you who are not familiar with the sport of bocce, it's one of the oldest sports in the world. Most popularly, well, it's professionally played in Italy, Switzerland, where
a lot of Western European countries and some South American countries. That's my understanding.
Yeah, and there is bocce is a growing sport, as is demonstrated by the fact that this is our first year of unified bocce in New York, or at least in Section 2. But there is quite an active tournament circuit throughout the country, which my father and I participate quite a bit in, as does the Bocce Broadcast Network. We travel around the country regularly and broadcast a lot of these top quality competition tournaments, including the Nationals, the U.S. Nationals this past June in Chicago, for which we were there all 6 days. So if you're interested in seeing what the sport looks like at its highest level, you can check out some of those broadcasts. We will be in Dallas in, 2 weeks now?
Dallas is...
2 weeks from now we'll be in Dallas.
Two weeks away.
We are not broadcasting in Dallas. We'll just be playing there. So, but anyways, the biggest... the epicenter, I can see the scoreboard. Oh, I'm sorry. The epicenter of bocce in this country, the area with the most players actively right now, especially a lot of young players, is in Ohio. In the Cleveland, Columbus, Youngstown areas of Ohio, they have thousands of active players, tournaments every weekend. There's also a lot of tournament players coming out of Chicago, California, St. Louis area, New York, of course. There's an active tournament scene here in upstate New York. Connecticut, Toronto. These are some of the places that you'll see most often represented.
And I think somebody on one of the chats during one of the broadcasts said that the New York City area has the most players. I don't know how true that is.
Who said that?
It was on a chat in one of the Bocce broadcasts.
Yeah?
Yeah, because we were talking about where the concentration of players is. And somebody piped in about, the New York City area. I know Long Island has a growing population there. I don't know. I have a feeling New York City has a lot of maybe league players.
It's like 2 more points for Guilderland there. Yeah, I would say.
We're down to 1 second left. 20 minutes is up.
10-2 Guilderland. As time expires on the first round of games. So each team is going to play 6 games today. As this is my understanding, and I'm pretty sure I'm correct, each team will play 6 games, and the winner, whoever wins the most games, will win the tournament. So it's a different structure tournament than we're used to seeing. It's essentially round robin without the knockoff, without the playoff brackets. In a way, I don't think each team plays everybody else, but yeah, I would say New York City is pretty far from being the most represented.
I would guess.
I mean, Chicago, it depends. Well,
depends on what level you're talking about. Chicago has a lot of bar players.
Right, thanks to the American Bocce Company, in large part. Alex Guerra, Andy Zimmerman, Alicia Harvey, Matt David. Group of people who founded a company in Chicago. They play a lot on the Pac World courts that Special Olympics also uses. They travel to different bars in Chicago, and they brought a lot of young adults into the bocce world, and
couple thousand of them, my understanding. I remember asking Alex a few months ago how many players he has in his leagues around Chicago, and he said a couple thousand.
I'll pull up the chat here so I can read the chat. But yeah, it starts with, it starts with, I lost my thought. I just read the chat and lost my thought. It starts with the bar leagues, right? It starts with something like this, playing on a high school team, any kind of exposure to the sport, and then once some players, then they get the itch to compete at a higher level, and there are those tournaments out there. The sport is becoming more accessible. In the past, I think it's been, and it still is, tough. It can be tough to find out about tournaments in your area, and if you wanted to play, where you could even go and play. These days, there's a growing amount of resources, including broadcasts like this one. There's the Bocce Bros out in Ohio.
Well, can I interrupt for a second?
Yes.
You talk about all these different places. There is a new app, or I don't know if it's a website or an app, with a map.
There.
Oh, you're going to get there? Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead, Dad.
Dino Franceschi, who's sitting to my right here, and I think he's working with Alex on that?
No, I'll talk about this.
Okay.
Dave Hoffman started basically like a Google extension called, it's a website, boccemaps.com, or you can go to boccebroadcastnetwork.com, and you can go under the Player Resources tab, and you'll see the Bocce Maps display. Basically, it's a map of all these locations in the country, different clubs. There, information about the clubs, contact information and stuff. Also, what I had started to say was the Bocce Bros is a good resource for schedule of upcoming tournaments. That's a group of four gentlemen from Ohio who started a company to promote the game through live streams and apparel and other content that they produce. If you're interested in finding out more about bocce and what's going on in the bocce world, you can go follow them on Instagram at Bocce Bros. You can follow the Bocce Broadcast Network at Bocce Broadcast Network on Instagram. And like I said, you can check out our website for upcoming tournaments, upcoming broadcasts, and whatever other information you may need. So, back on court one. Looks like we're getting underway with our second game. It's going to be Amsterdam again versus the Broadalbin-Perth Patriots. I will reset the scoreboard.
Looks like Broadalbin is green.
Yep. So. Let's take a look at our roster for Amsterdam. So Amsterdam falling 10-2 in the first game to Guilderland. This is a different Amsterdam team, correct?
Yes. Yeah, they rotate through.
I had a lot of moving pieces to put in place as we started the broadcast. Starting to hit our stride now, though. The Amsterdam Rams, about, 20 miles west of here? A little more?
I think a little more than that. Yeah.
About 20, 30 miles west of here on I-90. Amsterdam, great club in Amsterdam, active club, the Port Jackson Club, right on the water. Joe Emanuel does a lot of work in organizing events there, promoting that club. I know they recently had a Labor Day tournament back in September during their local Italian Fest. A lot of good players over the years coming out of Amsterdam. And Broadalbin, I couldn't even tell you where that is.
Broadalbin is north and a little west of Amsterdam, I believe.
Okay.
Look, there were a lot of good rolls in that frame. And
yeah,
looks like Guilderland got looks like Amsterdam got 1 point. I saw the referee measuring out there.
Pete Russo, how you doing, Pete? Oh, that's too bad. He says Pietro was on the Amsterdam team, but couldn't. He transferred schools this week.
Oh, really?
Well, Pietro enjoys his new school, makes a lot of new friends. Glad to hear from Nick Serra that you're feeling a little better. We wish you the best. Hope to see you back on the court soon.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Get Pete back on the courts.
Alan Knox, how you doing, Alan? Hey, Jerry. Professionally played in Highwood. Depends on your definition of professional, I suppose.
Who said that?
Mr. Jerry Peterson.
Yeah.
Yes, a lot of high-quality players. Professionally, I hesitate to call it professional because in this country, we are still working on the money side of things. Long Paulino here from did Amsterdam? Broadalbin scored then.
That was my mistake. I thought the red team scored.
That's all right. It's hard to tell. As you can see, the scoreboard is right in front of us. That's a nice ball if it stops. A little bit long. It's going to be the point anyways, though. So earlier I mentioned that we are playing backboard live here. There are two different ways to play, two different rule sets as far as the backboard goes. One is backboard live, which is what we're playing here, which means that you can hit the backboard at any point. You can throw a ball directly to the backboard and have it bounce off and come back in for the point. Beautiful point there from Broadalbin-Perth. Here comes a shot from Amsterdam. Oh, just wide. That might come back for the point, though. See, that's what I was talking about. That's a legal shot here today. In a lot of tournaments, we play backboard dead. Nice shot.
Nice shot. Still a green point, though.
Excuse me. So a lot of tournaments are backboard dead. So we'll look at the replay of that Paulino shot.
Here comes a nice ball.
For those of you unfamiliar, backboard dead just means that you cannot touch the backboard. Your ball cannot contact the backboard without touching another ball first. So if you were to roll it straight down, it doesn't touch anything and it hits the backboard, that ball would come out of play. But that is not the case today. That is 3 balls down for Broadalbin-Perth. 1 ball left for each team. Broadalbin's going to have to throw theirs first.
No, the other team's out of balls.
Are they?
Yeah.
Where's the...
Near this sideboard.
Oh, it's hidden from me.
Yeah. So 1 point for the red, 1 point for Amsterdam.
Yeah, great shot. Wonderful Paulino shot. And that saves the frame for Amsterdam, 1-1. Let's see that shot again. Very lax shooting motion.
Boy, it doesn't take a lot
on target.
Doesn't take a lot of power to get the balls to bounce off the backboard.
No, it doesn't. Sure. A lot of action on these backboards. Often you will see the backboards at other clubs are deadened, so that the idea being that if the ball hits the backboard, it will stay on the backboard rather than bounce back.
This ball's coming in. It's going to be a little short, but it's a point. It's not a bad point.
That's a good spot for it.
It's a perfect line.
Yeah. It's in front of Paulino. Amsterdam's going to have to navigate around it. Here comes a shot.
Oh, nice.
Another Paulino shot from Amsterdam.
Wow.
And a great great bounce at the end of the court there. It's going to cause problems for Broadalbin-Perth.
If this ball keeps hugging the board, that's going to be dangerous. Oh.
So it's 2 balls down for each team. Here comes the 3rd ball for Broadalbin. It's going to be a little bit short. It's a good spot for it, though. Good defensive ball. The last green ball to frame is also going to be short, but he might block the wall for Amsterdam. Yeah, so those are two good defensive balls. Backboard being live here, Amsterdam does have the option of starting on the left side of your screen there, on the right side, stage right, and just banging it off the backboard to come back for the point. That'll work too. They're still sitting 1. It's red ball in the corner there if you can't see it, in the left corner, and then to the right of that ball is a green ball. So this is going to be the last ball to frame for Amsterdam. Straight down the court if the line's good.
It's promising.
It's good as long as it doesn't. Yeah, great ball.
If it stops rolling. I think it's in.
I think so too. Ref puts up the deuces. 3-1 Amsterdam. A couple nice shots the last 2 frames from Amsterdam. Let's see that last shot again. Nice shot on Paulino. Gets a nice ricochet on his own ball. Beautiful shot. Three to 1. We've got 9.5 minutes left in this game. I would be a little surprised to see any game go to 12, I think. Unless we have a couple big frames. They do throw the balls quickly. Often in tournament play, you would see our frames, for example, at Nationals, we averaged about 6 minutes per frame.
I'd say 6 minutes a frame, yeah. That's without any elaborate measuring
or arguments.
Or timeouts, for which the clock didn't stop either. That's a short ball for the green, so the red is still in. Amsterdam's still in.
Blocking the board, though. Maybe trying to use their own ball. Excuse me. Just missed it, though. A little long. Amsterdam still sitting a point. Ball number 3 for Broadalbin.
That's
going to be a real nice ball. Look at that. Sit down, ball. Nice ball. About a 3-foot point.
Here comes a shooter. Oh, right between. Is he going to come back? No.
Not quite enough. So a great third ball from Broadalbin might force Amsterdam to use all the rest of their balls. Another shot at it. You got it. Nice shot.
You got it, but no. Okay, 1 red, it looks like. Maybe 2.
Could be. Looks like 2 from here, I think. Hard to tell. Last ball of the frame for Broadalbin. Another great point. Amsterdam's got 1 ball left.
Wow, what a nice roll.
That's on Paulino, though. If Amsterdam hits that ball, Paulino might go to the back and give Broadalbin more points, actually. So a great last ball from Broadalbin-Perth. Make the score 3-2 with
tightening up.
Yeah, 7 minutes.
So it's probably 2 frames, you think? 7 minutes?
Well, we've had how many? 4 frames so far?
Have they all been 1-point frames?
No, we had 2, I think.
So you have
4 frames so far.
4 frames in 23 or in 13 minutes.
Yeah, so we're going about twice as fast as our average tournament game, according to our calculations.
It was a nice leadoff ball. Broadalbin-Perth starting to put some pressure on.
Yeah.
Oh, using the board.
Interesting decision there to go off the board. Almost got it. See if I can get our Everything in frame.
You know, with 20-minute time games, it doesn't give us really enough time to get to know the players who are on the courts. I wish we could do that, but it's fun to watch.
Yes, we are flying here. Ball's about 7 feet long, just out of frame. Here comes the last ball.
Oh, this is going to be good
for Amsterdam. Could be a frame saver. That's the point. See if we see a shot from Broadalbin.
They're talking about it down there.
I like to see that, talking a little strategy with the team.
Oh, she's going for it. She's going for it. Got the Paulino.
Nice shot.
Oh, she got the point, I think.
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
Oh, maybe. The ref pointed at them. I'm not sure what the point meant.
Well, that just meant that they have to go. The other team has no balls left.
Right.
And she grabbed the tape, so.
Either way, a good shot. Made room for her teammates. And they'll have one ball left. The referee is.
If they were to get rid of that red ball in the back, that would guarantee at least a point. But this is going to come in nicely, this ball.
Wow.
Beautiful ball.
Twice in a row, Broadalbin-Perth saving the frame of the last ball. A nice shot, though, to create room for her teammate to roll in there. And we got a tie ball game.
You know what I like? I'm watching.
That frame, that was a quick frame. Where are we at now? 4:25, 4.5 minutes. So, yeah, about 2.5 minutes for that frame. That's a quick frame.
That was a quick frame. What I started to say was what I liked is I'm watching the kids from both teams walk down the court. They're all smiling. They're all smiling, chatting with each other.
It's one thing about this sport. A lot of camaraderie in all bocce communities. Unified bocce, tournament bocce. A lot of friends to be made. A good competitive atmosphere.
Well, Nathan's over there holding up the clock so everybody can see it.
Yep, just ticked under.
It's 3:38 now.
Yep.
So they'll probably have one more frame after this, I guess. Oh, this might come back. This is pretty hard.
I like that strategy. Fiore was saying earlier, he's played here before. He shot a ball once that hit the backboard and came all the way back down the court.
To his feet.
To his feet, yeah. Like I said, active backboards here. You don't see that very many places.
Nice ball here. Nice ball.
Great ball. Nice touch.
I don't know this player's name, but he's put in some really. He's got a very accurate throw.
Yeah, I like the approach. I like the stance. A bit more of a lax stance there.
Oh.
From the Broadalbin shooter. Good hit. Didn't get the break he wanted.
Coming in here. It's going to be a little long, I think.
So Broadalbin will be forced to use their last ball. And let's see if they can put it in another frame saver with the last ball.
Look at this. Look at this. Oh, it just veered out. It turned away at the last second.
Great speed.
He's got a good touch.
Yeah, with that red ball behind Paulino, it's you can afford to make it a little long because you could rest on either of those. And I think he had that ball. I think he would have stolen the point if the court didn't carry it to the
These
right.
Amsterdam players, even though they made these points short, they learned from the roll that it rolled off to the side. So they compensated for that on their rolls. I like that. Learning the courts, adapting to the courts. It's a one red point, I believe.
Yes. Bit of a discussion, but it's going to be one red. They just mark up green. See my scoreboard. These ladies can't see the scoreboard anymore.
Want me to check?
No. Amsterdam threw the Paulino, so
Yeah.
it was red. Not sure why they moved the green card on the scoreboard.
They're having this athlete lead off. Usually he doesn't lead off. He's usually, from what I've noticed, I could be wrong. Yeah, they're fixing the scoreboard now. They had marked it wrong.
It's 4-3 red.
4-3, Reds ahead.
Yeah. Yeah.
We had to do a 3-3. We had to do a 3-3 before.
Well, either way, the buzzer just sounded. And Amsterdam's going to win. I think the correct score was, we're being told the correct score was 5-2. I think we missed something. We missed one of those frames. I don't know. Either way, 5-2 Amsterdam. So Amsterdam on this court is 1-1. As far as the rest of the event goes, I'm not sure. You know what? I have a. Let me see. I have an Excel file here with some information on it. Let me see if it's being updated. If it's being updated live, then I can tell you the results so far on the other courts. Let me take a look.
Okay, they're setting up for the next game here. Looks like it's going to be Guilderland.
It doesn't look like we have a live score. Oh, that's Division 2. Where's Division 1? Yeah, score is not updated though. Unless it's here. Which it's not. So, don't have the results as a whole for you yet. Can you turn the volume off, please?
Yep.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Warm, sunny day here in Albany, New York. I think we're expected to hit almost 80 degrees on this 27th of October. I'm not complaining, although I may have to take my hoodie off.
I was thinking of that myself.
Yeah. Looks like we're going to have another Guilderland match on our feature court.
Looks like the referees are from Broadalbin.
It's a nice, friendly, competitive atmosphere here.
Sorry.
Got our scoreboards reset. Folks, today's broadcast is brought to you by Vitalazio Restoration. A historic restoration out of Saratoga Springs, New York. For all your restoration needs. VitalazioRestoration.com. VITULAZIO. Another look at our Guilderland roster. I believe they are our
They're a host.
most well-represented teams.
Probably.
Are they the host? Are they considered the host? I think they are the
I
closest
think so,
school
because
district.
these are the courts that they play on in their league games.
Yeah, I'd be curious to know all the where each of these teams play. If they're used to playing on the Stone Dust, or.
Well, I went to a couple Saratoga matches. I guess Saratoga's going to be here this afternoon in the afternoon group.
They play on the grass, right?
They play on grass. They just lay out. They don't have the Paca World courts, but they do have an artificial, AstroTurf football field that they play on, and they just lay out cones and ribbons to designate the lines. But they're outdoors. Fortunately, they've had good weather for their matches. The coach there, Colleen Bellinger, has told me that the athletic directors got quite an interest in the sport. And I think what I was saying before, actually when I was talking to somebody here about it, that the idea of unified sports is a wonderful idea. And at the school level, it involves different departments of the school. It involves the phys ed department. It involves the special ed department. It involves the transportation department because they have to transport the kids. So it's good that these different departments have to work together. Not to say that they don't normally, but it's another dynamic for them to work together to make sure the kids get the opportunities that they deserve.
Yeah, this year is the pilot program in Section 2 for Unified Bocce, so we hope to see growth and better and better resources. And
yeah, I understand that.
It's a great ball.
When we were invited this past spring to the Waterside Club in Phoenix, New York, for an event, I know you've mentioned it's the New York State Bocce Club Championship, but it was to benefit the Special Olympics and unified sports, and that's where we kind of learned about what unified sports is all about. And one thing that we learned was, at the time we were told that in New York State, the two unified sports at the time that were kind of accepted or sanctioned, I don't know what the correct wording is, were basketball and bowling, and that they were working on having bocce as the third unified sport. And I don't know if that's official yet, but it's certainly spreading around the court. Like Michael just said, in this area, this is the pilot program. These 9 schools just started a couple months ago with this, and they're already talking about, with excitement, about different facilities, improving everything about the all aspects of the unified bocce for next year. So that's encouraging. And I have to tell you, just being here and being at those matches, it's exciting. These kids are great. It's great to see them getting the support. And I just feel privileged to be able to be part of it in a small way. I mean, I don't know how well you saw that exchange just a minute ago with a student who threw the first ball, and his teammates who were supporting him.
I asked this gentleman not to stand in front of the camera.
So the Reds coming in. Looks like the Red beat the point. Guilderland's got the point laying there.
So 2 balls down for each school. Oops, sorry about that. Yeah, Guilderland's sitting point, about a 2-foot point. Burnt Hills Ballston Lake's got a ball in a good position on the board there. They're going to be forced to use their last ball, though.
Would you play on that ball there, or would you leave it there?
I have not played on these courts. I don't know how easy if the ball's hugged the board. That's a great ball.
That's a really good ball.
I don't think that beats the point, but that's a great defensive ball. It's going to block up that lane quite a bit for Guilderland, make it harder for them to score more points. They do have 2 balls left.
Here he comes. Here it comes. Paulino. Oh, look at that.
Oh, that's a great shot, especially if he can land on the inside.
Might be
that green ball, he might have sold the point, though.
I think it's a green point there. That's what it looks like from here.
Yeah. Looks like it could be green. And
I think it's 1 green.
I think so, too. Less than ideal conditions for broadcast here, so we apologize for any obscured views or.
Yeah, this was just set up within the last day or two. Rush.
Yeah, I'd like to thank Coach Bellinger from Saratoga and the folks at the Special Olympics, Kyle Massa and Leigh Howard, for their cooperation and taking the initiative to have us come out here and broadcast this event for you folks at home to watch and around the country. I know we got some viewers from California, Illinois in the chat, so. Nice to get a little exposure for the.
You know, that Paulino's hitting
Sport
behind the
Unified
pole.
Bocce. Yeah, it is. I think you can see the left edge there.
Yeah.
Right by her lanyard. It's a nice first ball from Burnt Hills. Let's see what the score is. I just went and looked at the score and then forgot immediately.
Ooh. You're approaching welcome to my world. So Green's still holding a nice point there in front. Good position. Comes the red. It might get in there. Oh, yeah. Nice ball. Guilderland's holding the point.
That is not.
Another good looking ball. That made it.
Wow. Great roll. Perfect distance. Pin high, a little bit of separation between that ball and Paulino. close to the other team's ball. Even if Guilderland shoots this, they could take out their own ball, either straight or on a ricochet. I like that move off the wall, trying to maybe play on the Burnt Hills ball. You could bump that ball, and your ball could stick around for the point. Either way, create a little room. Now they got a lane to roll in. They do only have one ball left, though.
That's a little short, a little bit short.
And, oops, sorry, I missed the roll on that one. A little bit short. Good defensive ball. Could be tough for Burnt Hills to come in for more than 1 point. Here comes the ball. It's going to be short, too.
They're going to take the right angle, though. It's the right angle.
Good line.
Seems to roll away from the board, the sideboard, once it gets past half court.
Yeah, I think so.
Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. No, it's still green. They almost sold it.
Well, we got a tie game with 8 minutes and 50 seconds remaining on the clock. For those of you just tuning in, we are here at the Italian American Community Center in Albany, New York for New York High School Section 2 Unified Bocce Championships. This is the culminating tournament of the pilot program for Unified Bocce in Section 2, which is the capital district of New York, Albany and the surrounding areas. We've got 7 teams competing today, 4 in this first round of games, and then 3 other schools. I'm sorry, not 7 schools, not 7 teams. Each school has multiple teams. 3 other schools will be competing later on, starting at 1 o'clock local time. It's about a 36-foot Paulino, I'd say. Oops. And that's about a 48-foot camera. A little bit long on the first ball, not bad though. About 3 feet in there. It is behind Paulino. Better to have a ball 2 feet in front of Paulino than 1 foot behind it, because you're going to block the other team's path. And when it's behind Paulino, it gives the other team a backboard. If they roll on the right line, they could sit on it. So second ball to frame here for Guilderland. Tie game with 7 minutes left. We'll probably see probably 2 more frames, I would imagine. That ball is a little bit wide, I believe. Oh, ref's calling it in, though. I would take a look at that. So far, we haven't seen either team. Nice shot. Great Paulino shot. Create a little room. Burnt Hills still has the point, but did his job, made some room for his teammates to roll in.
I was just approached by Leigh Howard, who says she can, I mentioned earlier, you know, that maybe we can get her on the broadcast. I know she's running around, very busy with running this event today. But I think during the next game, she might be able to sit in.
That'd be nice. Paulino is, you can just see the side of it on the pole there. Like I said, not less than ideal broadcasting conditions.
Oh, this is a nice ball. This is a nice ball coming in.
Certainly not a complaint. Just an excuse. Yeah, great ball, about 4 feet in front of Paulino.
So Guilderland's got 2 balls left.
And Guilderland's got 1 ball left.
Oh,
this is their last ball.
I didn't see the third one.
If it comes off the back enough, that could be a good ball. And I think it did. I think they got the point off the backboard there.
Oh, he's
Either
going.
way, Broadalbin's going to have to.
He's coming off the back.
He's trying the same way. I love it.
You got it.
I love it. Great ball.
Way to adapt to the conditions.
Great ball and a frame saver on the last ball for Broadalbin. They take the lead with less than 5 minutes remaining. Fewer than 5 minutes?
Well, it depends.
It does depend.
if you're talking about whole numbers or if you're talking about an amount of time.
Right.
So
Less time, fewer minutes.
Right. Fewer than 5 minutes would be 4 minutes or 3 minutes or 2 minutes, right? Less than 5 minutes could be 4 minutes and 22 seconds as it is right now. I'm glad to see you've passed the broadcaster grammar.
I was raised by two linguists. That ball is, that Paulino just crossing.
It's on the line. I don't know if they count it if it's on the line. Yeah, I guess it's good.
That's over the line.
From here it looks...
I'm sitting on the line.
I'm sitting on the line.
No, you're not. You're not even close.
All right.
Great first ball from Burnt Hills.
I'm sitting on the 49-yard line.
Let me see if I can get the whole thing in our frame.
Oh, nice. Nice.
Nice shot.
Oh. Almost had it.
Wide left.
I just love that support, that team support.
That's what it takes to win. And that's what it takes to have fun. Second ball to frame for Guilderland. It'll be a little bit long. Good line. If she had the right speed, I think that would have beat the point. Another shot. Oh, wide right. Peter Rubito, how you doing, Pete? Nice to hear from you. Thanks for tuning in. A little wide left. So 3 shots from Guilderland in this frame. Aggressive play calling. And with 2.5 minutes left on the clock, Burnt Hills is going to have a lot of room to create some separation on the scoreboard. They're already up by 1, as you can see for yourself. That's the second point there. This is going to be a third one, and they still got a ball left. This could be our first 4-point frame that we've seen today. Last ball. Good line.
If she hits it, if she hits a red one, she's in.
Got the red one. Oh, just misses.
Almost.
So a great frame, dominant frame from Burnt Hills Ballston Lake. That beautiful first point, put the pressure on Guilderland, forced them to use all their balls, and Burnt Hills Ballston Lake takes a 6-2 lead with 1 minute and 45 seconds left on the game. So Guilderland is going to need a 4-point frame here to avoid.
I'm reading Kevin Clark's submission to the chat. Plays Butch for Special Olympics as a unified partner. That's wonderful. We were talking about maybe getting a unified partner on the broadcast for a little interview.
Sure.
That'd be nice.
Yeah.
In PA, I understand in PA, maybe Kevin, you can add to this. I understand that there are over 200 school districts that have unified sports across PA, across Pennsylvania, where you have unified Butch. That's awesome.
Whoa, wrong court. It's all right. Try it again.
And next weekend is their fall fest. Oh, really? Next weekend. I wonder where. Let us know where it is.
Yeah, I'd be curious to hear where in Pennsylvania
Yeah.
that is.
Now that there's now that the Phillies are done, you know, people looking for a sport to watch, they can watch Butch.
Does watching the Phillies qualify as watching sports?
Spoken like a true Braves fan.
Nice ball from Guilderland. 2 balls down for Guilderland now. BHBL will be forced to use their second ball as Guilderland takes the point. And there's the buzzer. Did we finish the frame? I guess not.
I don't know. Peter, down in Long Island, going to be doing unified
Oh,
events.
so that's interesting. We call the frame there and count the score as it lays. They gave Guilderland one more point. So 6-3, Burn Hills Ballston Lake over Guilderland. Now Guilderland is now 1-1 on this court. Like I said before, each team's going to play 6 games, or is it each school plays 6 games? I don't know.
I imagine it's each school.
We will get one of the Special Olympics.
Well, Leigh's going to be here after
people
she's announcing which teams are going on which courts now, and then I think she's going to come over to the booth and take over my headset, I believe.
So we'll get some more information.
Yeah,
but as far as I understand, either each team is playing 6 games. I don't think so because there's a lot of teams here. I think it's each school. Like I said before, each school has multiple teams. Guilderland, for example, has 24 players here today. So I believe each school is playing 6 games. And whichever school wins the most games will take home the title this afternoon.
Yeah, I see over on the medals table, the trophy table, or the medals table, the ribbons that they'll be giving out.
While we have a break in between games, folks, for those of you who are not subscribed to our channel, this is what we do. We go around the country broadcasting bocce tournaments. So if you're a parent or maybe somebody who's new to the sport, or if you are not new to the sport, just new to the broadcast, and please like the video that you're watching right now. Please subscribe to our channel so you can see all of our future broadcasts. If you'd like, after you subscribe, you can click the notification bell to get notified when we do go live. You can also go to our website, boccebroadcast.network or boccebroadcastnetwork.com. It's the same website. And subscribe at the bottom of the page for email updates. There's also plenty more information there if you'd like to learn more about BBN and the world of bocce that we cover.
I see good morning from Mike Panino out in California.
Oh, yeah.
Nice. You want to talk a little bit about the tournament that he and Guy and Frank and Jack run?
Go ahead, tell.
All right. Oh,
Impart
we're
your
on
wisdom.
camera over here? Yeah.
Should I have told you?
Well, yeah, Mike is part of the group that runs the Las Vegas National Open Butch Tournament, which has been growing in leaps and bounds. 3 years ago, 2 years ago, when was our first time there? Was that 2 years ago?
21 was our first year.
Yeah, they had 53 teams from across the country, and actually we were one of the few teams from the East Coast that went out. And most of the teams, to us, it seemed like most of the teams were from California. We didn't know what to expect, and I was told after the tournament they didn't know what to expect from a New York team, but everybody was friendly and got along, and I think they were pleased that we weren't the New Yorkers that talked like this, and so.
Who was pleased that we weren't?
People came up to me and told me, "We thought you guys were going to be mafia guys." They said. Some of these people. So we went out there and we played. We've been playing the last couple of years. So they went from 53 teams to 65 to 80 last year, and maybe somebody can correct me, Mike. Maybe you can tell me. Jack was telling me that they're looking to expand this year to either 96 or
96 is what I heard.
96 is what you heard? Yeah. So that would be awesome. That's a wonderful tournament. It takes place at the South Point Casino, and it's just a wonderful, very well organized event. Teams from all over the country.
Yeah, a lot of connections, a lot of relationships.
Oh my goodness,
formed at tournaments like those. And like you said, almost doubling in size in a couple of years. A lot of these tournaments now, you're starting to see wait lists and stuff like that. We had the Wycliffe Challenge Cup, 104 teams, I believe, sold out in less than fewer than 10 minutes? Less than
something
10
like that. 10 or 20 minutes, they were sold out.
Yeah,
All the
less
slots were
than
sold.
10 minutes. 104 teams. That's 4-person teams signed up. So the sport is gathering momentum for sure, and that's part of what we're trying to do here with the broadcast. Those hand signals mean that joining me in the booth now is going to be Leigh Howard. You're on camera for now. We'll switch it back to the court in a minute. Leigh, you want to introduce yourself to the folks at home?
Yes, my name is Leigh Howard. I'm the Director of Unified Programs for the Capital District region, Hudson Valley, and North Country for Special Olympics New York.
I was distracted. What's your title?
The Director of Unified Programs for essentially every region along the Hudson River. North Country, Capital District, Hudson Valley.
How long have you been doing that?
I've been here for almost 2 years now.
Nice. So Bocce is new to Section 2 this year, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is it new to all of New York?
It is new to the unified space in this year. So Special Olympics in general, Special Olympics New York, we do have traditional and community programs that have been participating in Bocce for quite some time. But in terms of trying to bring it into the interscholastic space for high schools, Section 2 and I believe Section 6 out in Western have been implementing it this year.
Okay. Can you explain a little bit about just basically what unified sports is and the relationship between unified sports and the Special Olympics?
Sure. So Unified Sports and Unified Champion Schools is a program run by Special Olympics that brings together students and athletes with and without intellectual disabilities. Mm-hmm. So right here on the court, we have students who are from both populations, from each of our schools, participating on the same team, competing as representatives of their school, and doing so against others that, again, are both with and without disabilities. The overall goal for that program is to promote social inclusion in schools and using sport as the foundation. And how does that
so Special Olympics runs unified sports, right?
Mm-hmm.
How long has unified sports been a thing? Because I don't remember, when I was in high school, I don't remember unified. I had never heard of unified sports actually until the event that Dino held at the Waterside Club, the New York State Club Championship. But since then, that was earlier this year. Since then, I have been hearing a lot about unified sports, and now we have this unified bocce program, which I didn't know that we even had this in Section 2 until maybe like a week or two ago. My dad told me he was going to go watch a game.
Yeah. I believe it was up at Saratoga.
Yeah, I was surprised to hear that it was already active.
Yeah, so we've been Unified Sports has existed in the interscholastic way in the state of New York for around 10 years now. So we run Unified Sports in partnership. We're fortunate enough to have a partnership with NISFA, who bring it to kind of the next level from an interscholastic fashion. So it is a varsity recognized program. We're still working on that level of recognition for bocce, because right now for basketball and bowling, we've been running, with NISFA as a varsity sport. And then this is the first year that we've piloted bocce to try and provide opportunities for students to compete across all 3 seasons.
How familiar are you personally with the sport of bocce?
I am about as familiar as you were with Unified Sports.
Okay.
It is definitely something that I've enjoyed. My family has a long Italian lineage.
Oh,
yeah? Yeah. Mother's maiden name's Franceschi. And so Grandpa taught me bocce a long time ago.
In the backyard?
In the backyard, on the beach. But this is a whole new level. So it's been a tremendous learning experience for me as well. And I have a lot a lot of thanks to give the coaches for their ability to work with me on that.
And I imagine a lot of these coaches, too, are also pretty new to the sport.
Yeah, I mean, these coaches are new to the sport of bocce, but what they're not new to is providing opportunities for their students and going above and beyond in any way, shape, and form to do that. And so we all met throughout the spring and the summer and put a lot of work into making sure we were well versed with the rules, the cadence of the game, the ways in which it would fit the students we were working with. And each and every day we learn a little something new, but we're getting there, I think.
So this year's bocce, how many weeks have they been playing since the beginning of the school year? Or
So they've been playing since the last week in September. They've been playing for about a month.
Okay.
We started with a kickoff event, very similar to this, but without, any stakes. It was a little bit more a meet and greet of sorts for all the teams. And then they participated in a dual match format, a North Division and a South Division. And then we've come together today in 2 divisions based on performance. So right now we've got 4 schools involved in Division 1. And then later this day we will have 4 schools competing in Division 2.
Cool. And then so after this is over, after today is over, what's the next step for Unified Bocce?
That's a great question. I think that there's 3 different kind of avenues that we're looking to take. The first and foremost is to make sure that we're putting out the best sport product we can. So whether it's looking at some of the support we have with scorekeepers, some of the support we have with the building or maintaining of courts, making sure that whatever we're offering is the best bocce we can. The second, I think, is recruitment of other schools. We went from 0 to 9 this year, so we made great strides in terms of offering something this fall, but we'd love to get more and more schools. Right now we have 35 Section 2 Unified Champion schools, and we'd love to get more of those to build upon that group of 9. And then I think the third is figuring out what we really want this opportunity to look like. Right now it's not an officially recognized Section 2 sport with NISVA. Bocce doesn't exist with interscholastic high school sports. So do we want to go that direction, or do we want to keep it in this format where it is interscholastic but on a more intramural type of offering?
Yeah. Well, so Guilderland, this would be considered Guilderland's home courts, right?
Yep.
And I know Amsterdam, I know there's a nice club in Amsterdam, Port Jackson. I don't know, just for example, I don't know if they play there.
Yep.
Do they?
Yep.
Okay, great. Because I'm wondering, like, for a lot of these teams, if they're familiar with playing on a surface like this on these courts, or if a lot of them play on like the Pack World portable courts.
It's been a mix. You know, this year I think in making the sport and participation come to fruition, there were certain areas that we were very stringent with the standards, and there are certain areas that we tried to figure out how can we best galvanize participation. And some of that looked like forming partnerships with the Italian American Community Center, with Port Jackson, with some of the other clubs. I think Mohannesen uses Sons of Italy. Not sure on the name. But so we have a group of schools that have had tremendous support from local clubs or community centers, and then we have some schools that have operated with the Pack of Worlds and different surfaces. So I think streamlining that a little bit more would be a goal of ours, but we are incredibly in debt to groups just like this, the Italian American Community Center, that offer us this space and do so in great support of what we're trying to do.
Yeah. I know we do a lot at the Troy Italian Community Center. I don't know if are you familiar with that?
Familiar with it, yeah. Yeah.
So they have indoor courts. For now, I imagine all these teams play outdoors, so you're kind of limited as far as what time of year you can like you'd be able to have a season. But I guess that there's a lot of sports like that, so that doesn't really it's not an issue, I suppose. But so I'm just curious, like, for Unified after today, for Unified Bocce, do we kind of regroup and focus on some of those things, like you said, getting prepared for next year, like at the same time in the fall? Mm-hmm. Or are there plans to do things in between?
That's a good question. I think that based on the format of our interscholastic calendar, a lot of that work will be done in preparation for next fall. In the winter time, we pick up with Unified Bowling, and then in the spring we have Unified Basketball. So the focus, the attention of a lot of the athletes transitions to a different sport, similar to that of a lot of the different high school athletes in the general education population. Mm-hmm. So I think our next goal with the athletes is to make sure that transition goes smoothly and that they shift into their next sport offering. But along with that, I think another great point you're making is what is there in between now and then, now and next year.
Well, I love Bocce, and we play all the time as much as we can, so I'm excited to see something like this. And
yeah, I mean, I think another option for a lot of these athletes is connecting with our community programs who train with Special Olympics at different sites and being able to participate with them alongside their school offerings. Yeah,
I know, for example, like I'm at Troy at the ICC there, I know they do, I don't know if it's through ARC, I think it's called. Yeah, they have some programs.
Yeah, and we have some community bocce teams as well that are not unified, and they're not part of unified champion schools, but they are part of Special Olympics. Mm-hmm. So they may be exclusively athletes with intellectual disabilities, or they might be a mixture of those athletes and partners. But it does exist, and that's an ongoing goal with our staff, is how can we connect the student athletes to experiences outside their high school walls.
Yeah, especially for, if there may be some seniors here now, and that they like to continue the participating in the competition. I know that's kind of what I was wondering earlier when I asked about the relationship between Special Olympics and Unified, because Special Olympics runs Unified sports, right?
Yeah. But
there's not a direct pipeline per se between, or is there?
So Special Olympics is, Unified Sports is a Special Olympics program.
Okay.
And the way that it, fortunately, due to our partnership with NISFA, we're able to make it a program within high schools in which they can compete interscholastically. So Unified Sports exists outside of high schools as a Special Olympics offering.
Oh, it does?
Yep. And then we take it in a different direction with Unified Champion schools, where they're part of our program within their schools. So that program is built upon providing unified sports opportunities, inclusive youth leadership opportunities, and whole school engagement opportunities to bring more social inclusion to their school districts.
I gotcha. And if there's anybody who's listening who wants to get involved in, whether they're already a part of their local school system, or if they want to encourage them to get involved in like a unified program, how would they go about that?
They would contact me, contact our office, and I think the first step is learning all of the different opportunities that are out there. One of the best parts about being part of Special Olympics is that no one shoe fits all of us, and we have the ability to cater to different populations, to work with school districts that are big, that are small, that are inner city, that are rural, that may want to jump into unified sports interscholastically, or may just want to have unified physical education. So anyone who's part of a school district who either has a student or has a child who has intellectual disabilities, or someone who's part of the general education population and is just passionate about providing more opportunities and increasing inclusivity, we're more than willing and more than happy to speak with.
Basically, find your local Special Olympics representative.
Absolutely. And here in the Capital District, that's me.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you taking the time. I know you got a lot going on. I appreciate you taking the time to sit down and explain a little bit about what we're watching. Is there anything else that you think, any other messages that you'd like to
No,
to
honestly,
get out
I
there?
think I just appreciate you guys coming out here and putting us on the live stream, but also giving Unified a chance. You know, I think that one of the best ways that we can provide more opportunities is by spreading the word about what we are, who we are, and how we are able to create experiences for students with and without disabilities. And so being on your network is a great start of that. And
Well, we're thrilled to be able to be a part of it, and we're happy that you guys have decided that you want to work with us. So
yeah, thank you.
thank you. So we're gonna see. We got about an hour left in this group, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is it each school plays 6 games, or each team plays 6 games?
Each school plays 9 games.
9 games.
In this round. And then in the second round, because we have slightly less teams overall, so each school within each of the 4 schools has brought 3 teams. So they're rotating through.
Dino's giving us a score update. Thank you, Dino. Sorry, what were you saying?
Each of the 4 schools has brought enough athletes for at least 3 teams of 4. So each of those schools is participating in 9 games overall, and then the second batch of schools will each be participating in. We have 3 schools that will be participating in 7 games, and then 1 school will be participating in 3 games because they only have one team that they're bringing to the table.
I gotcha. And it's based on record, basically.
Yep.
Whichever school finishes with the best record.
Yep.
What do we have for? We got medals or plaques or something?
We've got certificates and ribbons this time around.
Awesome. That's exciting. Will
Yeah.
there be a ribbon ceremony later?
There will be, yeah. Yeah,
Great.
after each division. So this group will have one right when we finish with this division, and then the second group will have one after their competition.
Awesome.
All right,
Yeah, I think
time to switch over.
you got 45 seconds
A minute.
left in this round of games. So thank you, Leigh, for sitting
Thank you.
down with us and
Appreciate it.
sharing your knowledge.
Absolutely. Thank you again for having us.
Oh, yeah, thank you for all you do and all your colleagues, all you guys do with Unified Sports and with our beloved sport of bocce. And we look forward to watching these things grow in the future.
Likewise. Thank you.
Thank you, Leigh. So we got 9 seconds left on the clock. The buzzer is going to ring in a second. Smart move by Burn Hills. I believe if they throw a ball, this point counts. Oh, don't know, my camera's going. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, Amsterdam was green, so I have the score backwards. Amsterdam is winning. And they threw a ball at the same time that Burn Hills did to try to get it out before the buzzer. Great move. Amsterdam, I think, takes that game 6-3. I would have kept the score updated if I could have seen the scoreboard, but like I've said about 25 times now, I can't see the scoreboard from where I'm sitting. So if I'm not watching the game actively, then it's tough to keep track of the score. Looks like we got a few new folks joining us in the chat. BHBL is undefeated this year, but they've only played on grass. New to the Stone Dust courts. Interesting. Yeah, that's kind of what I was wondering and what I asked Leigh about. Because these are, in the world of bocce, there are many different surfaces, types of courts. Maybe not many, but relative to other sports, there are many. It's kind of like baseball where they're differently shaped. Each stadium is shaped differently. In bocce, each venue, the courts are going to be they're composed slightly differently, and there's an international standard size, which is it's in meters. I think it's 20 something meters. It's about 87 to 90 feet. They do vary a little bit, but the lines, well, the total length of the court will vary, but that's just semantics. Going each way, where the line placement, it doesn't vary. There is a standard. But anyways, these are not like the international standard PRV courts. It's Punta Rafavola, is slightly different rule set, style of play. But here, these courts, these look to me like they're about 60 feet long and about 10 or 12 feet wide. These are stone dust courts, so it's kind of like similar to like a clay tennis court, except not as the ball is not going to dig into the court as much as it would as a heavy ball like this would on a clay court. There are clay courts out there, but they can be frustrating to play on for reasons that I won't bother getting into right now. We have a new face in the booth. Would you like to introduce yourself for the folks at home?
Oh, yeah, sure. Thanks for having me. It's Allison Relyea. I'm the Unified Bocce coach for Guilderland High School.
Welcome, Allison.
Thanks.
How familiar are you with the sport of bocce?
Well, I was called a couple of years ago from Leigh Howard, who was on your broadcast earlier, and asked if I would be interested in helping to coach a team for Special Olympics. My exposure to bocce prior to that was at the lake, playing open bocce, around the campfires, around the property, hills, valleys, oh my, and it was just a lot of fun. So when she asked me to coach a state team, I was a yes, because I love working with unified programs, and I just wanted to help out, and I started watching videos and reading books and manuals, because court play is a lot different than just open play. Oh yeah. A lot more rules, so I became a very quick student of the game.
Do you get a chance to play yourself, or?
I do not.
Mostly on the other side of the.
Mostly on the. I wear the coaching hat. However, Jim Sano, who is the league organizer for the Italian American Community Center, has talked to me, and he'll be here for the second session today. So if you guys want to talk to him, and I just really love it, and he asked if I wanted to maybe come in and play and help out, and I think I got to do this. I want to play.
Well, yeah, if you're the coach, you got to.
Yeah, I really want to play, because if I play, I become a better coach.
Of course, yeah.
So I think that's going to happen. I'm going to try to pull in a friend of mine who coaches for Amsterdam to see if she wants to join me. So you would consider these your home courts then? Well, these are definitely our home courts, and I do have to do a little PR piece for the Italian American Community Center, because they donated these courts to us to use for the whole season, for all of our practices, all of our matches, and that generosity from an organization and business in our community that says yes, it means the world to me, and it's possible, and they're just excited that they're having younger generations of students and partners and athletes learning the game of bocce.
Yeah, that is one thing about the sport. So I grew up playing the sport. I grew up with a court in my backyard.
Really?
Yeah, and I've been playing tournaments since I was about 12 years old. And my father and I, that's my father, we travel the country playing in tournaments all the time. And we're doing what we can for the sport, but broadcasting it and trying to make it more accessible, because until now it's been pretty inaccessible. People don't really know that there is like this competitive bocce circuit.
Yeah.
When you tell people, they're like astonished. But yeah, it's one thing, especially in this area in the Northeast, that this sport has needed for essentially my whole lifetime, has been introducing younger people. And a lot of these clubs, as the leadership at these clubs and the membership ages and everything becomes more and more online and I don't know what the word is I'm looking for, but I played a lot of clubs, and they often that's a problem that they have, is bringing in younger people and finding those people, and even just making themselves accessible to people who would want to come in and learn. Because without programs like this, it can be tough. It can be tough to find, because it's not like a bowling alley where you can just go in and pay, whatever, and play a game. You kind of got to find a league or something, and that can be hard to find. And so I'm sure that the club is happy, and us players who have been active in the sport, we're very happy to see programs like these from the high school, especially the unified programs. That's one great thing about bocce, is that it's, when you can, if you get past the obstacle of finding a place to play, then it is an accessible sport for a lot of different people, all, young and old. And
absolutely.
Those with different abilities.
Well, so I'm also a high school physical education teacher in my district, and we do put bocce in a part of, we do a yard games type of curriculum, usually towards the end of the summer, or end of the school year, leading into summer, to get the students ready, because that's a lot of what they do. And bocce is definitely a part of not only our unified physical education, but a part of our regular physical education. And what is exciting from my standpoint as an educator is I want to bring bocce to my general education classes more, teach my younger students how to play, bring them to the Italian American Community Center, maybe on a field trip day, or offer an open weekend where they could come and we can play, but take what they're learning in the classroom and then bring it to the actual courts. And then you're widening your circle. You're bringing the sport to more and more young people, and then they take an interest. Because my job as a phys ed teacher and as a coach is lifetime activity. And by all means, bocce is a lifetime activity. And this is something you can play young, middle, older. And we, as a program,
you don't have to be 6 feet tall to play bocce.
No, you don't. And it's extremely accessible. And I think what's exciting about it is you are still getting that team component. You still can always be working on your skills. There's just so many possibilities. And if I'm doing my job the right way, which hopefully I am, I'm having students choose activity that is comfortable for them, that they're confident in, and that they feel like they can carry on. And the more activities and more sports like bocce that I keep bringing into my classrooms will only have a positive impact for a lifetime on a lot of people.
Yeah.
And we're making ambassadors for the sport right now.
Oh, yeah.
I got kids talking about this all the time. I'm talking about it with my colleagues. In school today, I'm walking down the hallway in my bocce shirt, and they're like, yeah, good luck today, like, go get them. And, I shared the live broadcast with my athletic director, who put it out on, I think I have to call it X now, not Twitter, I'm not really sure, to make Elon Musk a little happy. But I need to, just constantly keep promoting, and that's what we do. My district did a huge piece just on bocce, and it's going to be, promoted next week, and it's going to go out to the entire community. So there's a lot of people behind the scenes trying to help all of you out. And I want to thank you guys for being here today, because my students are excited. I think they're going to be talking to a couple of them here and there throughout the broadcast, which is cool.
Yeah, well, I speak for the bocce community as a whole when I say that we're thrilled to have programs like this involved and folks like yourself, people who see the value in it. And it is, I will say that it's a great community to be a part of. And bocce is one of the great things about it is it's a great social game where you can, you're not running around and stuff. Most of the game you're standing around talking. And I think that's why Italians love it so much. You get to stand there and argue for an hour, but
you get to stand and argue for an hour. That's great.
There's a lot of great aspects of the game and of the community. So we're happy to have all these new members of the bocce community. And what I would say is if you want to reach out to your club or if leagues where people play, bocce players we are always happy to teach those who want to learn and to encourage people to get involved. And so don't be afraid to reach out to your local club, because I guarantee that they have free time.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, and I learned a great deal about the leagues that are here just from conversations with Jim. I mean, he gave me dates and times and the seasons of when people play, and I'm going to be sharing that with all of my students because they can get involved whenever they want. Yeah,
and some of the best players in the country, even though it's an underground scene, a lot of people don't know about it. Some of the best players in the country are from the Capital District, from Mechanicville, Saratoga.
I was going to say
Amsterdam.
Saratoga. I've heard maybe someone I'm talking to right now is probably pretty good. So little bat pack there.
It's nice of you to say, but a lot of good players, a lot of people to learn from, and we're happy to have new people interested in the sport.
Well, I'm gonna bring it right back to you and offer an invite. You are welcome to come to any practice that we have.
I would love to.
Next fall, and you want to give us any type of tips or tricks, and just even sharing your love of the sport would be incredible.
I'm in.
I mean, I know you got Colleen Bellinger up north, who's she's there for you in Saratoga, but please feel free to come down to the South Division and to share with us a little bit, because we would love that.
Well, I might have to field offers from different schools. I don't know.
I mean,
I'm a free agent right now.
I mean, we can gift you in food and smiles, and we can really put you on a pedestal like you've never even been on before. We're really good at pumping people up. So.
I'm just kidding. I would love to. That would be awesome.
Well, I know how to get in touch with you now, so I'll be sending you some stuff in the fall.
Great. I look forward to it.
Yeah,
I was saying to Leigh, it's too bad that this is the end of the competition, at least for now. I know there's other aspects, to work on in the off season, but it's I just learned about this, a week ago.
And
now
here you are.
Here we are, which is great. I'm glad to be here.
We're glad you're here too.
But then it's over after this. It's not over. It's the first. This is the first step, but
it is
still.
Yes, for sure. And the coach from Amsterdam, Jess Verini, and I, we have a state conference coming up for all things PE health related that happens annually for our state organization, and we have been asked to speak and present about unified physical education. And one of the biggest things that we're going to talk about, is bocce within the physical education curriculum and how important that is and how it led to starting a league. Just all these steps that happened and that came in motion, just spawned from people in the area wanting to be involved and to offer more opportunities for students. That's why it's happening, because we want to offer as many opportunities for our students to be involved as we can.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think it's a logical logical thing, and I hope that other schools and other people who are involved in physical education and high school sports can see the value in it like you do.
For sure, and I know that there's a lot of districts in our area. I'm sure that you know that this is a pilot season and we're working things through. And when Unified Bowling came on the circuit, there were 5 districts in this area that said, sure, we'll try it and we'll see what happens with it. And Guilderland was one of those teams. Amsterdam was one of those teams. A couple other schools within the area. And there were 5 schools, and then the next year, there were 9. And then the next year, it was like 16 or 18. And now, I believe we're up to over, in general, among all the councils, I think we're up to over 35 teams for bowling.
Wow.
So the growth, it will happen.
Oh, yeah.
For sure. And to know that we had 9 schools start off with a pilot season this year,
we're already ahead of schedule.
we are well ahead of schedule. And speaking of schedule, I might have to sign off in a second
I was
because
going to say.
I got to do a little coaching over here. But
Yeah. Well, it looks like you guys are in the lead.
yeah, on
At
this
least
court.
as long as the info that's being relayed to me is correct.
Oh, I think you got
as
some
long as
top-notch people.
As long as I'm interpreting the hand signals correctly. Well, Coach, thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me. Really
Of course.
appreciate it.
Yeah, I look forward to getting on the courts with Guilderland and going over some strategy.
Yeah, I'm a little nervous to actually play you, but I would.
Oh,
I would, and we could have like a fun little bet with my my team. But I'm going to tell them all to pick you. Yeah, because they should.
Well, you never know.
I have a pretty good feeling about that one, actually. Yeah, but yeah, I would love to play. That'd be great.
That'd be a lot of fun.
Yeah. All right. Well, thanks again, and have fun this afternoon with the other session. It's going to be great. 4 more schools are coming.
Thank you.
Another division. Lots of new people to talk to. It'll be a great time.
Yeah. Well, good luck to you guys.
All right. Thanks a lot.
Hope you get to take home those ribbons and plaques. I don't know if everybody does.
I believe they have placed it 1 through 4. It just matters where we're going to fall
I got you.
in that
Well,
1 through 4. Yeah.
Hopefully you're able to defend your home courts here.
One would hope. One would hope. But there is some fierce competition today, and it is people are bringing it.
Yeah.
But that's what we want, right? We want it to be great,
You wanna be
close
the best, you got to
games.
beat the best.
That's right. That's right.
There you go.
I like where your head's at.
Well, thanks, Coach.
All right, thanks a lot.
Enjoy the rest of the afternoon here, and
Thank you.
Thank you for all the work you're doing. And
No problem. I'll be looking for you online now that I know how this amazing broadcast is. I'm gonna keep my
tune
eyes
in.
out. Absolutely,
I'll
I
look
will.
for you in the chat.
All right, and I'll make sure my kids know about this too, because
Yeah, you got it.
something tells me you're broadcasting all year.
Oh yeah, all the time.
All right.
All around the country.
That's what I'm saying. So they can learn also by watching.
Yeah, definitely.
We'll be watching. All
Thank
right.
you.
Okay. Thanks a lot.
All right, thanks, Coach. See you later.
All right. See ya.
Well, I'm sure it's not 5-2 anymore. Here comes a shot. Oh, 2 close misses from Broadalbin. The Broadalbin Patriots. I don't believe I've pulled up their roster yet. Let's take a look at it. Representing Broadalbin-Perth, we've got 14 players today. There they are. If your name is spelled wrong, it's not my fault. That's the information I was given. It is 6-2 now. So, 3 balls down for Broadalbin. There's the second ball for Guilderland. And the last ball for Broadalbin. That's a good point. About 4 feet beyond Paulino. Guilderland's going to have 2 balls to steal the point and maintain their lead. We got 3.5 minutes left in the game. That is, it's close. think it's in. Here comes the last ball. That's going to be good. That's going to make 2 points, I think. Oh, rolled back a little bit at the end. I think we'll see a measurement. Certainly at least 1 point for Guilderland. Welcome back, Dad. Did you enjoy your break?
I did enjoy the break, yeah. I was actually introduced to a couple people that Allison introduced me to before she came on the mic. I don't know if she talked about any of the players on this team in this game.
No.
Well, that tall gentleman there in the red, his name is his name is Cole Miller, and he's a pitcher. He's a southpaw, and he's got a full ride to Wake Forest.
Future Atlanta Brave?
Well, we'll see. We'll see what he's got. But anyway, I told him, I said, I gave him a homework assignment already.
Yeah.
You know, I told him once he gets to Wake, he's got to, for everybody on the baseball team, everybody in his dorm, they have to like and subscribe to the BBN.
Yes, I'm sure that'll be
at the top of his list.
High priority.
Very humble guy, though. I talked with him for about 5 minutes, and just very humble. Probably, you know, these partners. Well, I mean, I'm watching him right now. He's helping his partner. He hands her the ball. He helps her, and I think it's just wonderful to see. Hey, nice shirt.
Thank you. I had to take a second to take my hoodie off. I'm sweating. I didn't expect it to be this hot today.
It's supposed to be almost 80.
Yeah, even though you told me that, I kind of didn't believe you.
Of course not.
So
that green is going to make it. That's in.
Yeah, great point from Broadalbin. Last ball, the frame from.
This is the guy. This is the southpaw.
Future Cy Young.
I don't know though. That was a little low, a little high and outside.
Yeah, a bit of a. Tosses a slider there. It's going to be a little short, so it's going to be 1 point for Broadalbin, 6-3. And time must be expiring shortly.
Yeah,
yep, 20 seconds left.
I don't know. Well, they called the last game in the middle of a frame, right, when time ran out?
They've been calling all the games in the middle of frames.
Yeah, so I'm sure they won't play anymore.
So it'll be 6-3. Guilderland will take the win there. Congrats to Coach Allison on another victory.
She's awesome, isn't she? I was talking to her earlier as well.
I think it's a safe bet to assume everybody here is pretty awesome.
I think so. Everybody I've talked to.
We have yet to see a game go the distance, go to 12 points. Closest we got was the first game. Guilderland scored 10.
And they're about to make announcements. Leigh's about to make announcements. Oh, here we go. This is the 6th round. This is the last round, she said.
Whoa, crazy with the camera. Got a tie for first.
You got the standings there?
This is the last round. Where are you looking?
I don't know. Where are you looking? How do you know we have a tie for first?
She just said it.
Oh. I can't hear with these headphones on.
That's why I took mine off. Let me ask her who's tied for first. Being told Broadalbin and Amsterdam are tied for first.
Boy, they keep this thing moving along, don't they?
Yeah. 9 games, 4 schools. How many games is that? It's not 36.
Well, let's see. They've got
Would it
6
be
slots
18?
and 3 courts, 18 games.
Yeah.
And I guess this afternoon we'll have 4 courts being used.
18 games, so 6 rounds of games?
6 rounds, yeah.
6 rounds in, what, 3 hours?
You started a little after 10.
Yeah, less. 6 rounds in about 2.5 hours.
Ah, 2 hours.
That's very fast paced for bocce.
Yeah.
Normally, scheduling tournaments, we count on about an hour per game, depending on the score that you're playing to.
Although I've noticed that for the upcoming tournament in Dallas, I did some of the math. They want those games to go fast.
How fast?
I'm assuming they have 4 courts because I think that's what I heard. Do you know if that's true or not?
4 courts? I thought I don't know. 4 sounds right. I was thinking they had 2 courts, but that doesn't sound right.
I heard 4. So if it's 4,
I think there's 2, like two
pairs
courts.
of courts.
Yeah, 2 pairs of courts. Thank you. So we're going to have Guilderland again. The same Guilderland team versus
Burn Hills, it looks like.
Burn Hills. Guilderland is going to be red. Again.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Guilderland, for doing that.
The red's a bit long, but it's going to be the point. I think the afternoon shift starts at 1 o'clock. Do you know if that's true?
Yeah, 1:15 supposedly.
So yeah, so this will be done at 12:35, and then they'll do the ribbon ceremony and all that. And I don't know if these teams are sticking around. They probably have to get kids back to school, but I could be wrong about that.
Wow.
Nice
What
ball.
a line on that ball. Not much room between that green and the board. Snuck it through there and then landed on the inside of the, on the inside of the point ball. Great ball. 3rd ball of the frame for Burn Hills, Ballston Lake. It's a touch long. Here comes the last ball. Paulino, has he got Paulino? Wow, oh wow. Paulino and takes out the other team's ball. 3 points sitting there for Burn Hills. Let's see that one more time. Guilderland's only got 1 ball left now. Could be a big first frame from Burn Hills. The score is not correct. Let me reset that. That was from last game. Yeah.
3-point frame. Wow.
What a ball on that 4th ball from Burn Hills. Not only did he save the frame, he gave his team 3 points. Burn Hills right now sitting in 4th place, tied with Guilderland for 3rd, so I guess they're not in 4th, sorry. And tied for 1st place, we have Amsterdam and Broadalbin. And they are playing against each other on court 2. So whoever wins that game will take first.
I see Coach Geoff from Burn Hills standing here behind the booth.
There you go.
It's okay.
Great distance on both those first balls.
I think Geoff's going to sit in here for a little bit.
Great. Joining me in the booth, a new face. Would you like to introduce yourself to
Hi.
the folks at home?
Yeah, my name is Geoff Leggieri. I'm the coach of the Burn Hills Ballston Lake Unified Bocce team. And we are excited to be here today.
Leggieri?
Leggieri, yes.
Is that Italian?
It is.
Are you familiar then with the?
Yes, this has been our first experience with the real awesomeness of the rules and played like it should be played. We were a big backyard picnic family.
Yep.
We always had our set, for sure.
So, which team are you coaching?
Burn Hills Ballston Lake.
Burn Hills. So you guys are tied for third right now, correct?
I don't know, honestly. I've been running around and coaching the teams as they've been competing. This has been great for us because this is the first time we've played on a real surface. So
Yeah.
we've had a big learning curve today to figure out how to play with boundaries and to play on a flat surface that rolls.
Yeah, it's got to be a lot faster, right?
So they're adjusting, they're trying their best to adjust their speed and their power. And also they're thinking because of the banks that are allowed to happen and the angles that can happen. So we're adjusting, we're earning points now, which is great. We struggled in the beginning to figure it out. We were the team that all 4 balls were in the corner. But now we're figuring it out and we're doing great. Good job, guys.
Yeah, for their first time ever playing on a surface like this, that's tough to adapt to. That's something even seasoned players struggle to adapt to new courts.
Yes, it's great to see there's some skilled players here today and it's fun to watch them and their technique and their strategy. But yeah, it's been great.
So you said did you grow up playing in the backyard, I imagine?
Absolutely. Grew up playing in the backyard. Family picnics. A bocce set was always present. Always present.
So is this your first time also playing on courts? I mean, you're not playing, but.
It is my first time seeing a real setup. Yes, for sure.
You guys play, do you have like the Packer World courts?
We have the portable courts with the tether straps that surround the courts, not the inflatable, not the PVC. No. So our courts are literally just webbing, like lines.
Wow, nice shot. That's a great shot from one of your athletes.
That's
there.
Silas Marvin, one of our leaders here, senior leader.
And that's not a shot that you can do on grass, really. I mean, you can try it, but it's not going to go. It's not going to go where you want it to. Chances are. So
yeah, you think about us from the first practice to where we are now with the understanding of the game and the support that they have for each other. It's pretty cool. So this has been a real learning experience for all of us, including myself. So
yeah,
we've really enjoyed it. Good roll, Emmy. Emmy's been our ringer all year. Emmy Suddeth.
Must be very rewarding coaching unified sports and a great.
It is.
I love bocce, as I was talking about with Coach Allison. It's a great social game.
Yes.
Because it's a lot of, everybody's standing together.
Correct. There's some downtime.
Yeah, and you can talk as a team. You talk about strategy.
Nice job, Gene.
You can go back and forth. That's a beautiful ball.
Yes, that's correct. There is some downtime, and it's not as loud. We're in a competitive environment here today, but I also am involved with coaching bowling And that's a little bit more.
Oh, she got it on the rebound.
A little more energy. Nice.
Bowling is a little louder, you think?
Yeah, for sure. It's a little louder. There's a pin action going on in the background. Some of the lanes are playing music, or there's a little more energy. Oh, look at that shot!
Great shot from Guilderland.
Great shot. Guilderland, this highly skilled team, so well coached by their coach Allison.
That's 2 points, yeah.
Nice.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, she's Allison Relyea, the pillar we all strive to be. It's great. So how long have you been doing this? Not to flip the tables on you and have me interview you, but
I've been playing. I grew up with a court in the backyard. I've been playing tournaments since I was 12 years old. And we started doing this broadcasting almost a year ago next week. I just bought a bunch of equipment and set it up at the club.
Nice.
Started recording our league stuff, and then brought it to, we play in tournaments, so I brought it to a tournament, and I kind of begged them to let me set it up and go live. And it kind of grew organically from there.
That's fun.
The community, that's what I was talking a little bit about with Coach Allison and with Leigh, is that the bocce community very much welcomes things like this, new players, and just anything to grow the sport. A lot of us have been playing. Like yourself, we're taught by our families, so we have that appreciation for the game because it's something we got to play with our families,
Sure.
and it's something that you can be competitive,
Nice, Silas.
I could be, like we played in the club championship. I'm 27, right? And I'm playing with a guy on my team who's 88 years old.
Right.
And it's competitive. You can be competitive. It's an accessible sport for people of all ages and all abilities. So.
It is, yeah. That's one of the things I like about it. And when we get together as a family and play, it's all ages, all abilities, all levels of mobility. And, I think that's what makes it such a fun family event, is that everybody can play. But as you play more and more, you understand the intricacies of the game that exist.
Right.
As we're learning here today.
Right. Like any sport, there's levels to it. There's different strategies that are not immediately apparent. You have quite a shooter over there with that gentleman. What's his name? Silas?
That's Hunter right there
Hunter?
that just shot that one. Yeah, another one of our senior leaders there. But this Guilderland team, they are tough. Look at this. Oh.
I can't tell.
Can't tell either. Might be a measurable event. Come on. Good job, boys.
Well, these games, do you always play 20-minute time limit? Or
We do. We've been playing a 20-minute time limit or first to 16, whichever is sooner.
And do you get to 16 ever?
It was funny because our very last match we were playing at Fort Edward, and we actually we had a great match with them, and one of our matches went to 16 at about 16 minutes in, and our players said, "Coach, are we done?" And they kind of looked at me like, "Are we done?" And yeah, they did it. Actually, one of our players wanted to take a picture of the 16 because they've never gotten there. So.
Yeah, for us, if you go to a tournament, normally we play to 12 often, but if we do play with a time limit, it's the only time limit I've ever played with was 55 minutes. So for me, a 20-minute game is extremely fast. But these players do play quick. They step up and throw the balls pretty quickly.
Well, I was going to ask you about that. What is the typical timing when you play with experienced players between
Usually,
shots?
Between shots, it depends on how straightforward the shot is. Sometimes it's obvious what you do. Sometimes there's a discussion. Do we want to do this? You know, do you want to play defense? Do you want to be aggressive? Do you want to take a chance? Do you want to, you know, be more conservative?
Right.
We average. So, like, for example, this year the Nationals in Chicago was timed games, 55-minute time limit, and we, you know, as sitting there doing the broadcast, we figured that by the end of the event we were averaging about 6 minutes per frame, and here today seems to be about 2.5 minutes-ish per frame.
All right.
Different teams are definitely going at different speeds, but it's nice to see. It's one of the great things about bocce is a team sport, is that everybody can give their input, and it's kind of like, it's a bit like surveying a chessboard. I mean, that's kind of a shaky analogy, but
Gene.
But you know, you have your pieces, and you kind of got to work as a hive mind to decide how you want to play your.
Yeah, we're noticing that too. Like, there's opportunity to really talk about, hey, what shot should I take here?
Right, and it depends with the different players. You know, you got to play to their strengths, and
yeah, we've got some shooters here, and we've got some finesse players here.
Right.
Oh.
But
get it in
for
tuck it in close.
For those who want to learn. Wow, great roll.
Nice job, kids.
Big frame for Burn Hills Ballston Lake. There you go, Coach. You guys might get to 12.
We got to get to 16.
16, I thought. Was the last round to 16?
I thought so. Maybe I'm mistaken.
Well,
I'm here
sure.
smiling. We're happy to play. Let's see what Silas does here. He's been slowly figuring the day out.
So this game, let's see, both these teams then are tied. From my information, both these teams are tied for third. So whoever wins this game will take home the bronze.
Wow. All right. Who's in the top spot?
I believe Amsterdam and Broadalbin.
They are two great teams today. Actually, all the teams have been wonderful.
Yeah.
Great sportsmanship, solid competition. They've been patient with us learning how to work out this surface. Is this is this clay?
Stone dust.
Stone dust. And now, is that the standard? Because I noticed there's some indoor courts that I checked out your link.
Oh, yeah?
And I've seen there's indoor courts with different surface. Is
yeah,
that right?
There's different. Stone dust is pretty prevalent in this area, in the Northeast and in Ohio, especially places where courts are exposed to the conditions, to the weather.
Right.
Stone dust holds up a little better than some other materials, but
is the maintenance tough on the stone dust, or is it just a drag?
Yeah, there's a lot of work that goes into it. Some courts are more well maintained than others, but you know, as with any other sport. But the what's the word?
Let's go, Emmy.
I struggle with maintaining my full vocabulary when I have all these buttons and stuff in front of me. But the the prime.
Job, Emmy.
Wow, great roll. The prime surface is it's a synthetic surface. It's like a synthetic rubberized surface. It's incredibly smooth and it's very fast. I mean, it'd be like rolling a ball like on the concrete here.
Like a glass table, huh?
Yeah, it takes quite a bit of finesse. If you watch, that might be some of what you've seen with the inside.
Yes, and I noticed that some of them fall forward as they roll.
Yes, some guys.
Is that a line, like inline thing, like where you're trying to guide towards your target?
Well, it can be.
Okay.
Some guys are better at it than others. Great ball. He might have made 3 there. Burn Hills with a couple of big frames.
Let's go. Good job.
Take a commanding
Good job,
lead over
Emmy.
Guilderland.
You're doing great. All right, guys.
3 points. 10-3 Burn Hills. It's got to make you feel good to see the growth throughout the season, even though it's been a short season.
It's been great, and honestly, I'm most impressed with the growth throughout today, throughout the past 2 hours of them trying to figure this out. Yeah, because we've been on grass. We were up at Saratoga one time on their turf field, and that was nice. It was a little more like this, but obviously a lot more resistance to the ball, and the kids really like that. But most of the time, we're just on grass, doing the best we can, bumpy and some of it long, but our grounds crew maintains our practice area pretty well to a short field hockey cut.
Yeah, I was trying to think if there's a club out by Burn Hills, but now I think the closest club to Burn Hills would be in like Troy.
Yeah, it's a bit of a hike, I think.
Yeah.
So I guess we'll just have to build courts like these.
I guess so. Wow,
Good try,
right
Emmy.
between them. Great ball. Perfect line. Nice try.
You're shooting.
Well, there's only 30 seconds left in the match, but
I appreciate you having me on today and for being here and giving these kids a venue to showcase their skills. So I appreciate it.
This is nothing. I'm just sitting here drinking coffee, but we appreciate all the work that you guys put into, making these things a possibility, giving these kids the option to do something like this, making it accessible. So.
Absolutely. Thank you, sir. Enjoy the day.
Thank you, Coach. Good luck. Well, I guess you're done now, but
all done.
Congratulations on, I believe, a 3rd place finish.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Look forward to the future.
All right. Thanks.
Thank you. That was Coach Leggieri, Burn Hills, Ballston Lake. BBN West in the house. How you doing, Will? Hope you're healing up from your surgery. I've been meaning to call you. I keep forgetting. Give me a call sometime. Text me. Feels like California out here today, Will. About 80 degrees. Although the leaves are red. I don't know if the leaves turn red in San Francisco. Do they? They must.
Do they have leaves? What kind of trees? Trees that thrive in fog, probably. I don't know. Yeah, I haven't been in San Francisco in a long, long time. But I met somebody pretty cool when I was out there.
Santa Claus?
Better than that. I met Bobby McFerrin out there. What are you chewing about?
Well, if my list is right here, I think Burn Hills just took 3rd place. Guilderland will take 4th. And hard to tell who won because everybody's smiling. But either Amsterdam or Broadalbin.
Oh, they're setting up the background there for the awards. Boy, they got this so well organized. You didn't, do you have a handheld camera?
I have the handheld microphone. The camera's fine. I can see if, I'll ask Leigh if she wants to speak into the mic for that. Yeah,
everybody's gathered around. I see him organizing the grabbing the ribbons. The organizers are grabbing the ribbons and getting ready to hand them out. I don't think you can hear it through our microphones, but we are right next to a highway, and it is loud in here. I see Michael grabbing the handheld mic.
Hello. All right, it's on. I'm going to bring the microphone over to Leigh Howard. Hopefully it reaches far enough.
Hello, is it on?
It's on, yeah.
It's on. I can yell.
Yeah. Turn it down until you're ready to.
Okay, awesome, thank you.
Again.
Back it up. Taylor, we're getting yelled at?
Is that not yellow?
Fine.
A little on the fly production there. So we can hear her microphone.
Yes, we can.
But you folks at home should not be able to hear it. If you can, then, well, I have faith in our technology. I'll turn that on when she starts talking into it.
Well, what do you think, Michael?
About what?
About this event?
It's awesome. It's fun to watch. I think glad to see that everybody seems to be having fun and getting into the game.
I think she's ready to go to her, ready to go to Leigh.
Maybe we're starting over here. I thought we were going over to the.
Oh, going right from here.
I'm going to send it over to Leigh Howard.
We're here at the beginning. I know we have quite a few fans that have trickled in. So for those of you guys who I have not yet met, my name is Leigh Howard. I'm the Director of Unified Programs for the Capital District region. This is Nathan Johnson, our Executive Director of Unified for the entire state of New York. On behalf of Special Olympics New York, we would like to thank all of you guys, not just for your participation today, but for your participation in our inaugural Unified Bocce season all season long. So we've done this before. Pay close attention. First and foremost, I'd like you all to take a look at your friends, your family, your teacher's age, your teachers that might have come to support, your athletic directors who might have served as scorekeepers throughout the course of the games, and give a massive round of applause. Good. Because without them, we certainly couldn't be here. We certainly couldn't be here competing. Next up, I'd like you to take a look again to your right and left. Find your coaches. Because this is a pretty darn special group of coaches if I've ever seen one. So, not only did your coaches help you train, help you compete, but they helped me create this experience for all of you guys. They took a sport that's not even an official NISPA sport, and we blew the rules down, we blew the doors we created an entire season of competitive play. So a huge round of applause to all of our coaches. You guys couldn't tell I don't really need a mic. However, I've been struggling with my own mic for these past couple rounds. So I'd really like you guys to give a round of applause to the people supplying me a mic and supplying those at home and around the country with their live stream. And that's the Bocce Broadcasting Network. Thank you for coming. Thank you for coming and supporting our program and giving our program even more of an audience than we have, but certainly not a big enough audience that we deserve. And lastly, all you athletes and partners out here, all the students that make these experiences not just come to fruition, but really all the worthwhile. I think, what was your name again? Serena asked me, do you ever get tired of your job? Yeah, you asked me that like 2 minutes ago. And I get tired, but I never get tired of this job because you guys make everything worthwhile. So huge round of applause to all the students who've participated today. Put you on blast. And without further ado, in the first division, 4th place, Burt Hills. You should be tied. We could just bring up. Here you are.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you very much for your participation. Thank you, Burt Hills. In 3rd place, another sea of red, Guilderland. Congratulations. Would you like to call them up one by one? How do you want to do? Right now? You're more than welcome to do whichever you like.
No, not right now. Just do those first.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
Well, you guys have it in a minute.
And in 2nd place. That's right, 2nd place. With an outstanding performance down to the last 2 games between each other, Amsterdam. I think this is just a little thing that I need to take out. It's like a string. Wait. Give them.
See, the first is one need to come to green. So let's take it.
And in really rounding out their first year as a unified champion school, participating in all 3 sports, a heck of a rookie season. Our first ever unified bocce champions. What else can I say about you guys? Our Broadalbin Patriots. So I was like, get off the mic.
Thank you.
Congratulations to all. We do have pictures set up. And thank you all. Have a good night.
Well, congratulations to all 4 schools.
Indeed.
Our inaugural champs, the Broadalbin Patriots, Broadalbin-Perth. Congrats to our 2nd place finishers, the Amsterdam Rams. In 3rd place, we have Guilderland, the Dutchman. And rounding out our top 4, the Burnt Hills, Ballston Lake Spartans?
I'm not sure.
I can find out. Is it bad that I don't know?
I should know this. We're in the same.
Did you ever work there?
Same league. Did I ever work in Burn Hills? No.
Yeah, Spartans. I was right. Never in doubt. So congratulations to all our athletes, all our coaches, our volunteers who made this event a success. Thank you to Leigh Howard for that nice moment there, nice award presentation. So that concludes our first round, our Division I tournament. And that means we will be taking a short break, and starting at, I believe, 1:15, we will have our Division II competition. I see Mahanason is already in the building.
I saw Fort Edward in the building.
Fort Edward, and our third school in the Division II will be my alma mater, Saratoga Blue Streaks. I am going to drink some water and
rest your voice a little bit.
Yeah, stop talking for a minute. And we will be right back. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. For those of you who are not subscribed to the channel, please subscribe to the BBN. We do cover a lot of tournaments across the country, including the Nationals, the World Series, and most of the major tournaments. You can also find us on Instagram at Bocce Broadcast Network for other content and updates as far as scheduling and future events, things like that. Any other information you may want. I was going to say something else, but I forget what it was. I don't know.
Can't help you on that.
Please like the video. Please take a second, click that thumbs up button. It helps YouTube suggest this content to other people who otherwise may not watch it. I'd like to say thank you again to the folks at the Special Olympics and Unified Sports for having us here. Specifically, Leigh Howard and Kyle Massa for their cooperation and coordinating today's broadcast. Thank you to Nathan for helping setting up. And thank you to my father, Lou Chaldon, for the support in the booth. And Dino Franceschi, as always.
And you, sir, Michael, the brains of the operation.
Already.
Very nice
Thanks
job.
to all you in the chat, everybody watching. Without you, this would be pointless. Almost pointless.
Would it be?
Not quite pointless. All right. I'm going to go take a break, and I'll be right back. Thank you.
Prefer pomegranate pear or cranberry?
Well done, gentlemen. I listened to all of the interviews. You pulled out a lot of information.
What's that?
So you pulled out a lot of information about unifying. I tried.
Good luck today. Have fun. I have a favor to ask.
saved your camera.
All right, folks, we'll be getting back to the broadcast momentarily. Coming up next, our second flight of games. We have 4 schools. I thought we only had 3. I guess my math was off. Our 4 schools are going to be Mahonison, Queensbury, Saratoga, and Fort Edward. Right now, our athletes are throwing some practice balls, getting used to the courts. As we heard from some of the coaches in the last round of games, some of these athletes are not used to playing on, they're not familiar with this court surface. Some of them are not even familiar. This may be their first time playing on an actual court, as opposed to the portable courts or the portable courts or the courts that they set up on the turf at their high schools. So our champion from the first round, as many of you saw, the Broadalbin-Perth Patriots. I don't know their coach's name. But Broadalbin. In second place, we had Amsterdam, the Amsterdam Rams. Third was Guilderland. And then our fourth place finishers were the Burnt Hills Ballston Lake Spartans. Practicing on this court right here is Fort Edward. I don't think that that's an indication that they'll be playing here. Fort Edward is our smallest contingent as far as athletes goes, I believe. They have, I see 6 of them standing over there. We also have Saratoga, like I said. Here we can take a look at our rosters. Mahonison. Why can't I see it? Oh, there we go. Mahonison Warriors, represented by 14 of their finest bocce players. There they are. There's their names. I'm not going to read them all because what's the point? So 14 players from Mahonison, 4 players to a team. I imagine that means they have 3 teams with a couple of subs. Our other Spartans out of the North Country, Queensbury, coming down from Glens Falls. I think that, well, from Queensbury, I think that's our team that's traveling the furthest today. It's about an hour from here, maybe a little bit more. Queensbury has, looks like 13 players, so slightly fewer players from each of these teams. I remember this from making up these graphics last night. Our Saratoga Blue Streaks also bringing 14 players today. So I mentioned they will have 3 teams as well. And Fort Edward did not provide a roster, so I don't have a graphic for them. I wonder what their mascot is. The Flying Forts, that's what it is. I remember it because it's, what is a flying fort? I guess it's exactly what it sounds like.
This is better than a grounded fort.
I don't know, I think
Maybe not.
there's a reason they build them.
A fort at sea.
It's better than a sinking fort.
Could be a soaring fort. If you're gonna fly, you may as well soar.
Lee's gonna say a couple words again.
Yeah, they're gathering the teams around, making announcements.
I didn't know she was gonna do this. I would have given her the mic. It's all right. I doubt you can hear her, but she's just thanking the athletes, thanking everybody for participating. Fort Edward versus Queensbury. It's going to be our first game. Thank you, Leigh.
Okay, we're not gonna touch their stuff, okay? We're just gonna look with our eyes, not our hands, okay? So you can ask them though.
What's on the front of the quarter?
We need that to flip a coin.
Somebody likes our quarter.
Yeah. I think it's going to be gone by the end of the day.
That's all right. It's Fiore's quarter anyways.
No, it's not. It's mine.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh.
Maybe I should switch it out for like a dime or a nickel. I think I'll do that. I didn't know which size was going to work with the screw that we worked with. Let's see. Let's go to a dime next.
Well, I guessed at these team colors, and I think I might have got it right. Fort Edward's holding the red balls. For those of you just joining us, this is the culminating tournament for Section 2, the pilot program for Unified Bocce in Section 2. If you would like to learn more about the Unified program, we will have some folks on throughout this second half of the broadcast to give a little more background information on that and on the goings-on around the state with Unified Bocce and other unified sports. You can also go back in this broadcast, earlier in this broadcast, and find one of the moments where we had one of our coaches or one of our Special Olympics representatives in the booth here talking about all that good stuff. So you are watching the Bocce Broadcast Network. Thank you for tuning in. If you're not subscribed, please subscribe. Please take a second, click that thumbs up. Show support for what we got going on here, and thank you for watching. This is the second of two divisions in today's events. Our first division, Broadalbin-Perth, the Patriots out of Broadalbin-Perth took gold, followed by the Amsterdam Rams, Guilderland, Dutchmen, and Burnt Hills Ballston Lake Spartans. Game one here on court one, this will be a shorter round, I believe, right? We're not playing 6 games.
I'm not sure.
Joining me in the booth, my father, Lou Sheldon.
Yeah.
I think this is a shorter round.
I'll look at the cheat sheet here.
But either way, round one here, we have the other Spartans out of Queensbury against the Fort Edward Flying Forts.
They only list on this sheet 3 rounds.
Our referee here, those colors that she's holding up indicate who has to throw the ball, not who has the point. Long Paulino all the way in the backboard to start off the game. That's 3 balls down now for Queensbury. Fort Edward still got the point. Queensbury's going to be forced to use their last ball. Fort Edward could have a chance to take a nice lead. That's going to be a good ball, though, from Queensbury, as long as it doesn't bounce way back. Wow, great shot. Cuts out Fort Edward's point. Makes her own point. So Queensbury's sitting 1 there. Oh, Fort Edward's already thrown another ball. That one's going to come back a little too far. Kind of tough to see with the scoreboard and other things going on there. But this is the last ball of the frame. Fort Edward's sitting 1. That's going to be short. It's going to be 1 point for Fort Edward. Oh, I'm sorry, Queensbury. So great final ball from the Spartans to save the frame and score a point for their team. So all these games, just like in the first division, these games are going to be games to 12 or 20-minute time limit, whichever comes first.
Which is usually the 20-minute time limit.
Which is probably always going to be the 20-minute time limit.
Yeah. So I see the officials in this game are wearing Saratoga shirts, so maybe they maybe you don't referee your own teams. Here comes a short Paulino right on the board near us.
A little bit long. I think a lot of these players are it's probably their first time playing on a stone dust court. A lot of these players probably used to playing in on the lawn. So that's why you see some of these balls sailing a little bit. First game of the day. I expect we'll see some
There's a nice ball. There's a nice ball.
By the end of the day. Nice shot.
Oh, they tried to play on it and missed it.
Yeah, right between them.
Yeah.
It's a good spot for that ball. Short on the board.
Yeah.
Can't play on it though. It's 3 balls down for Queensbury. Last ball to frame. Let me see if I can get it all. Oh.
It's coming back. It's coming way back.
That's one way to get there. That's going to be a nice point. What a beautiful point. That's one of the best shots I've ever seen.
That's a great shot.
I had not considered that option.
Is it in? He's going to measure.
Beautiful shot to end the frame from Queensbury. Let's see that one more time.
Oh, it didn't quite make it in. A little short.
Either way, great ball.
It was long and then it was short. Imagine that. Paulino. Oh, look at this. Paulino down to the other green ones. Beautiful shot.
Are they sitting 2 down there? I can't tell.
No, they're sitting 3. They're sitting 4.
Sitting 4. Ford Edwards only throwing 1 ball.
Yeah.
That's going to come.
They might knock the Paulino back up this way. Yeah, I think it's still 3 points. This would be a good one.
So for those who are unfamiliar, that's.
Oh, wait a minute. It might not reach.
That shot off the backboard is not a conventional bocce shot. In many places, that's an illegal shot. Here it's not. Here that's perfectly legal and a great shot. But in a lot of the tournaments that you may see on our channel, you cannot. The backboard is dead, which means that you can't touch the backboard without touching another ball first. Also, most places you play, the backboards are they're not going to rebound like that. The backboards are made so that if you hit the backboard, then the ball stays there. It doesn't bounce off back to half court like we saw earlier. Another good frame from Queensbury. And I don't know why I can no longer. Oh, because they're not. See how many points they scored, please?
Yep.
It's 2 points, 2 total, or 2 more?
The scoreboard says 2.
Okay.
2-0.
2-zip Queensbury.
Am I supposed to reset that because it's on the point? Reset the ball. Do you know that rule about setting the first point? It's just the initial win of arena. Okay, never mind. Sorry, my bad. No, it's all good.
Well, once again, we can't see Paulino. Like I said earlier, less than ideal broadcasting conditions, but we're happy to be here, and we're working with what we got. Paulino is there in the sunlight, which makes it a little hard to see. Blends in pretty well, but you can see it at the top right of your screen. This is the third ball for Fort Edward.
That's a good ball.
Yeah, it's going to be the point. So these backboards are really active. If you're going to use that backboard, you got to control the speed, otherwise it's going to come off a lot like that.
It's almost like a springboard.
Yes, definitely the most active backboards I've seen on a bocce court. It's almost like it's on purpose. I mean, you can see that they're padded. The backboards are padded to, I would imagine, to try and avoid that, to mitigate the rebound. But
it could just be for the noise, too.
Could be, yeah, good point. Extremely active backboards here. So Queensbury's out of balls. Mahonason's got 1 point sitting there, and the final ball.
And if it comes back a little bit, yep. I think it's going to be 2.
Two
points.
You got a tie game. Just ticked under 9 minutes left on the clock. We have seen every game expire so far. We haven't seen a game go the distance to 12 points yet.
Well, we've seen the time expire.
Okay. Short Paulino. Center of the court. Notice these players are rolling from the shooting line.
I think they have a 10-foot line in their rules for shooting and rolling.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's how it was with the Special Olympics last week.
Okay. So conventionally, I'll zoom in a little bit so you can see the lines I'm talking about. There's 3 lines on these courts. I imagine the red line is a Paulino line going the other direction. But that green line there, conventionally, that would be the pointing line, meaning that you have to have 1 foot on or behind that line when you roll a ball, and then you can go up to the white line when you're shooting. But I guess unified bocce, we play that the white line is good for everything. So that's all 4 balls for Queensbury. And Fort Edward's going to have about 8 feet here to roll in. First one is a touch long.
This one will be good.
That's a good ball. The old plop and roll. Nice ball.
Got some air underneath that one.
Yeah.
Another good one. Should be 3.
It's a good job controlling the speed there from Fort Edward. 3 points, so a couple big frames from Fort Edward. 5 unanswered points.
For the Flying Forts, they're really flying now.
They are indeed. They fortified their lead.
Yours is better. Paulino's a bit long, but it's going to come back. Oh.
I don't know what the Paulino rule is here.
I think it has to be between the midcourt line and the white line. I think.
Yeah. That's a little short. One long, one short. Third time's the charm.
Just like Goldilocks. Oh. Oh, they only get 2 tries. This one looks like it'll be in play. Unless it hugs the board. Oh, I guess it's good. Even though it's very close to the sideboard. I thought they had a sideboard rule. Maybe not.
Shoot Paulino on the first ball. I like it.
Nice.
Behind our scoreboard. Well, not much we can do about that.
Want me to go move Paulino?
We saw down this scoreboard. Another high arcing shot. So Paulino is, you can't see the ball either. So I can't tell you where it is relative to the ball. Don't have a whole lot of information to go off.
The red ball is about 20 inches.
Well, we can't see the ball. Can't see anything where the Paulino is.
The screen is going to come in.
There we go. There's the Paulino.
It'll move eventually.
That made 2 points.
But they're out of balls, so now the Reds got to do what they've got to do. Wing it. Strike one. A little short on this one.
Paulino. Paulino. Oh.
Bounce. Watch the bounce. Let's see. It rolled towards the highway.
It'll be 2 points for Queensbury.
Yeah. What's that, 5-4?
5-4.
Nice. Three minutes left.
See where they go with Paulino this time. And Queensbury's Paulino. Ward Edwards scored a bunch of points on a short Paulino going this way last time. See if Queensbury goes long with it. Oh yeah.
Yep.
To the back.
A little too long.
I like the idea though. The other team scored a bunch of points. Short, take them long. It's about a 40-foot Paulino. First ball, still trying to adjust to the speed of these courts. That roll looked a little better. A little more comfortable, but left plenty of room for the flying forts. Good speed on that one.
That was really good speed.
Yeah. Little outside.
Here he comes off the back
shot on the Paulino.
And not quite.
A little long. So I like Queensbury taking advantage of these courts. Knowing the courts, knowing the rules. Going with they're attacking from behind, as Spartans are wont to do. 4 balls down though. And Fort Edward could have another big frame incoming. Nice speed control. That's going to be a little bit too.
That's short. That's short.
Gentle though.
That one's good.
That's a real nice ball.
Beautiful.
That's a right on Paulino. It's 2 for Fort Edward.
Uh-oh. Get rid of those balls.
I like it. Did he make 3? He might.
Yeah, made 3.
If his ball stuck around, that could have been 4. I think his ball traveled just a couple inches too far. But I think he might have made 3 with that front ball.
I think it's 3 red. Oh,
So
we're down to 8 seconds, so that was the last ball of the game.
Great shot call there. Yeah, Fort Edward's going to win this game either way. Great call shooting that ball on the side. If his ball had stuck around a little bit, that would have been a full 4-point frame for Fort Edward. As it stands, though, Fort Edward scored either 2 or 3, and the game clock expired. And Fort Edward will log their first victory of the day. Well, in a moment here, we're going to have a special guest in the booth. Dino Franceschi, president of the Waterside Club, one of the nicest facilities, bocce facilities in New York, if not the nicest. And creator and host of the New York State Bocce Club Championship. We got to find him a seat, don't we? Let Dino and my father talk. I've been talking for about 5 hours now.
Well, they're doing the court assignments now. Leah's calling out the court assignments for the second round.
Well, thank you, Michael. Hello, Lou.
Hey, Dino. Great to see you again, man.
Well, thank you. Thank you. Beautiful day here.
Exciting. Thanks for driving up.
Oh, absolutely. This is exciting. They're calling out the teams for the courts.
Yeah, well, so we'll see who's going to be on this court here. So, Dino, Michael mentioned the Waterside. Your Waterside activities. You want to tell us what's going on Bocce-wise at Waterside these days?
Well, right now it's we just kicked off our fall leagues to get us through the winter months there.
How long do they go? They go through the winter?
They go. We have 3 different sessions. We have a fall league, we have a winter league, and then we have a spring league. Mm-hmm. Then there's also the open bocce that's being played. And we have a pickup league on Monday mornings as well.
Oh, nice.
Mostly on Mondays. It's all the retired guys come in.
Hey.
A little bit of breakfast, a little bit of cappuccino, espresso.
Hey, you work hard your whole life, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
To play some Monday morning bocce.
But today it's all about unified sports and in bocce here in Albany, Section 2 in the Capital District. We have, I think on court 1's going to be...
This looks like a Saratoga team.
Saratoga and Fort Edward.
The 2 blue-shirted teams.
2 blue-shirted teams.
Okay.
We had a nice a contingent of schools here this morning.
Yeah, we had Guilderland, the host team. These are the courts that they use for their home games.
Amsterdam was here, right?
Amsterdam, Broadalbin-Perth, who were the eventual champions. And we had Burn Hills, Ballston Lake.
In Boston, Burn Hills.
I don't know how long ago they were burnt, to be honest. I should know that stuff, seeing how I live around
But
here.
here they're actually timed games, so the games are played for 20 minutes. And they'll rotate through each of the other teams.
Yeah, and they've already started the clock on this game. So let's see. Fort Edward is going to be red. They're all holding red balls. So Dino, I know that I wasn't really introduced to unified sports until I came to your event last year. What can you tell us about what you've learned about unified sports and your involvement? And unified bocce, I should say.
Yeah. Well, right now I'm still learning. I'm still trying to catch up on to the activities in the Special Olympic arena. But unified sports is a program under the umbrella of Special Olympics.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a number of sports that are being played. And bocce is one of those sports that's played in Special Olympics. So they have your local community programs that are supported by Special Olympics. And interscholastically, you have for here, for example, the state of New York, you have a partnership with New York State Public High School Athletic Association.
Mm-hmm.
Where the partnership between Special Olympics and NISFA, they start to introduce unified sports. Originally, they rolled out and introduced basketball. The second sport they introduced was bowling. And now here in New York, they're starting to introduce the third sport, which is bocce. Unified bocce is being played in other states.
I was going to say, unified sports is a nationwide enterprise.
That's correct. That's correct. But specifically, bocce is what we're here for.
Mm-hmm.
Unified bocce is actually being played in multiple states across the country. Here, I'm happy we are, as bocce enthusiasts. We're happy to see it being introduced in the Capital District and also the Western District over in Buffalo. And earlier this year, the CEO made the announcement that there's a partnership with the city of city of New York.
Oh, really?
And they're starting to introduce the sport of bocce into the downstate boroughs as well.
Oh, that's terrific. That's terrific.
So bocce is a fall sport. So in the school district, it's played like any other fall sport, albeit it's not currently an identified sport as some of the other sports are identified.
So just to interrupt what you're saying, they just finished the first frame, and the referee has called one red point.
Can you measure for two?
I think they should measure for two.
So interesting also, Lou, with unified. What's nice about the team configuration?
Yes.
In a unified team, it's about the inclusion. So what we have as a team, we have student athletes playing alongside with, including our Special Olympic athlete as well. So that configuration of the team are those with intellectual disabilities along with a student body. And that partnership and that teamwork together collectively is why it's called unified.
That's a great idea. And I understand they also have unified phys ed programs as well.
Right, and that's the umbrella above all of the programs.
I see.
UPE, right.
So it seems like this being the first, this is a pilot program in this area. In these
section 2, right?
In section
Capital
2.
District.
And when I talk to the coaches, they are all enthusiastic about what they're going to do next year. So they're really pumped up about next year. And from what they tell me, talking to athletic directors and school superintendents and school boards, it seems like everybody seems to be on board with it.
And what I hear also from the coaches, the school body itself is starting to embrace this opportunity for the whole student body to be able to play the sport of bocce.
Yeah.
You see it being played in public venues like where we are today. The introduction is also on different courts like the AstroTurf.
Right.
On football fields or baseball fields, they're able to use portable courts. Intramural bocce is being played in some school districts on grass.
Yeah, I know in Saratoga, I've been to a couple of their matches. They play on an artificial turf football field.
On a football field.
So in your neck of the woods, are there a lot of schools involved?
Well, right now, currently in Section 3, the dialogue is ongoing with Special Olympics and NISFA. So I'm sure at some point in the near future, they will introduce bocce as a unified sport. Currently, it's only basketball and bowling.
And bowling, yeah.
In the Syracuse Section 3 district.
But isn't that what they decided? Are they official? Is there an officiality about these unified sports?
That's correct. There are.
In my simplistic lingo, the way I understand it is bowling and basketball are official unified sports in New York State.
That's correct.
And Bocce is on its way, or?
Well, we hope so. Yes, that's the goal. That's the way I read it. Assume NISFA, the New York State Public High School Athletic Association,
right,
along with Special Olympics. At some point, they get there.
Mm-hmm. Yes, you can see on the clock that Michael just zoomed in on that there's 12 and a half minutes left in this game, and it's a tight game, 3-2. Again, this crowd, just like the morning crowd, it's very enthusiastic. And the weather is still beautiful.
Nice Paulino placement.
That is a good Paulino, right down the center.
Did you see his focus?
No,
Oh yeah, he was zilled right in.
Oh yeah, look at this.
It's even another beautiful roll. It's going to get there.
He's got the form.
That's right.
Saratoga's laying one. Let's see what Fort Edward decides to do. Oh, he's going to use the board. Going to use 2 boards.
Or maybe even 3.
Maybe 3, yeah. And as I mentioned this before during the morning session, but it's worth repeating. I'm just watching all the other courts and keeping an eye on them too, and I just love to see how these athletes just support each other. They're smiling, they're chatting, even with the other teams, you know.
High fives each other.
Somebody's wearing a crown over there. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
So that green's still in. Red's. This is their last ball, but they made the point. Very nice roll. Green's got 3 balls back. See what Saratoga can do here. A little long. Let's see here. Oh, this one's going to be good.
It's going to be close. It's going to settle in.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's good. That one's going to be a little wide, maybe. That's coming back this way. No, it's going to be one green, one for Saratoga.
I think the other consideration as well as we think about the growth of bocce, the explosion, the evolution, right?
Yeah.
As the next generation starts to move and transition into playing the sport, we see it from a league or a club or a competitive level.
Yes.
And that youth generation, right?
Yes.
So with unified bocce, you have both the student body and all athletes have this opportunity to continue to enjoy the game, even after school, right?
Oh yeah.
And so the kids, they grow up playing in their backyard, and then what happens when they're no longer in school, right?
Yeah, let's hope it becomes part of their personal culture.
Right, exactly. That's the goal, right? I guess that's where I was going with my thought process is, Unify will give the students an opportunity to be introduced to another sport and continue to play it lifelong. It's a lifelong sport.
Oh yeah. And you can't play it your whole life.
That's right.
Because you don't have to be big, strong, fast, Anybody can play bocce. It's such a nice. I'm old enough to remember, when I was these kids' age, there's no way I could have played bocce because it was just the old guys. I'd say, tell you kids go play somewhere else, go do something else. We're playing a serious game of bocce here.
To give a little shout out to the Albany contingent, right? If you remember the New York State Bocce Club Championships earlier this year.
Yeah, I remember those.
Right, sure do remember those. So remind the rank and file on your team configuration, right?
Yeah. Yeah, we had a 20-something and an 80-something on that team.
And two in between.
And a 70-something and a 60-something.
That's right.
So we old folks are not ready to hand over the game.
No, but it's just as an example where it's a multi-generation sport, right? You don't age out.
Oh, sure. And we see across the country. Excuse me for a second. We've talked about this before, but we see across the country some pockets where a lot of younger people are getting involved.
Absolutely.
And the first thing that comes to my mind is Chicago. A lot of the Chicago people who organize, Alex Gara, Andy Zimmerman, those guys who organize who run the ABC, the American Bocce Company. And they've gotten a lot of
large contingent on Ohio.
A large contingent in Ohio.
A young generation moving through, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm impressed. Yeah.
Well, one thing that I think is being lost a bit. Look at this shot. Oh, it came back. It got in the ball, got in the way. I think it was going to come back for the point.
So it's one red.
Yeah, it's tightening up. 4-3. There's 6 minutes left.
So we have 4 Saratoga and 3 Fort Edward.
Yeah, sorry we're not announcing a whole lot of the game, but right now. But as far as the growth of bocce, the younger people. One thing I've noticed when I started playing, when I was like a late teenager, let's say, when I started playing tournaments, I kind of felt left out because everybody was speaking Italian.
Right.
You don't hear that now. Some of the guys will speak some Italian, but
so it looks like the Paulino is going to hit short of the back wall. Too far.
So as the game evolves and it becomes, I guess, less Italianized, maybe
sure.
More Americanized or more.
So that was the second throw. So the first throw was too long. The second throw was too short.
So it goes to Saratoga to throw the
Saratoga will put the Paulino back in play.
Down to 5 minutes. Yeah, this.
Very nice placement.
You're right. He really focuses. No, he shouldn't throw the ball. No, it's not his throw. Someone's got to call him off of that. That's the other team's throw.
As he said, way short. You know, it was interesting too earlier. I overheard the coach from Amsterdam.
Yes.
And the coach from Guilderland.
Yes.
So excited about the sport. They want to start playing competitively.
Oh, really?
Is that right? Exactly. So we'll have to.
Interesting. You mean themselves? They want to.
Themselves, right? Exactly. Exactly. Themselves, right?
We'll find a spot for them somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'd love to see that.
The one thing that's unique as well for
nice ball here. Sorry to interrupt.
No,
beautiful.
With the Special Olympics as well is, the athletes are not coached. They need to perform themselves.
And that's true here too.
Yeah, it's true. Right. From what I can see, you see very little or no coaching. You notice that there's no coaching.
I did notice that. The coaches just kind of stand back, and
right.
Some of them go to other courts. So Green is out of balls now. Right, Fort Edward's gonna. Oops, I missed a roll.
That's okay.
There's one left. It's going to be at least tied. 4-4. See if he can.
4-4 with 2 minutes and 30 seconds left.
Well, and one ball left.
Right.
Checking out his angle. Nice that he's thrown from the left to avoid that short green ball.
Oh, nice hit.
He hit a ball, but I think it's still just one red.
Yeah.
4-4. This will be the last frame. If we get the full frame in. We might not get the full frame in.
Yeah.
2:24 left. And the clock doesn't stop.
That's right. Running clock, 20 minutes, right? 20 minutes to play. Then they'll turn around and quickly go into the next round.
Yeah, the Leigh will give out the assignments, the court assignments. And
so we say that we have 4 courts here.
Yeah.
And there's going to be 3 rounds?
The sheet that we've got lists 3 rounds. The morning session, we had 6 rounds.
Right.
So I don't know. There may be a time thing because it's 2 o'clock now.
With the morning round, I understand a couple of the schools had extra players. So they had to split the teams into A and B players.
That makes sense.
Yeah, or
I know Guilderland had 24 players. That's a lot. But you're right, and time might be a factor too, because I don't know if they have to get back to school for dismissal before a certain time. I like this player. He really focuses. He's got a nice roll. Oh boy, I think
be close.
He might have squeezed it in there. It might be in. The ref's calling for Green to go. I would measure that.
Yeah.
Little Paulino gives it to Green. No.
He might come right down. 30 seconds left on the clock. The score is tied 4-4.
Oh.
Might very well come down to a measurement to determine who's going to win the game. Let's see where she's got the ball in her hand. Uh-oh. She's got a chance.
It's a little short. A little short.
15 seconds left.
Now, last week at the Special Olympics, I noticed even when time ran out, oh, look at this.
Oh.
They sold the point.
Maybe.
4 seconds.
One ball left for the win.
But down to the wire.
She did it.
I don't know.
Oh,
it's a little long.
It's going to be close.
I think it's a Saratoga point.
Let's see what's going to happen. That's how exciting that.
I think it might be 2 Saratoga points, you know.
We'll find out.
But we're not the refs.
Is that something under the shot clock? Oh, that ball's dead.
Oh, wow.
Green one. One green.
So Saratoga pulled it out thanks to a little a gift at the end.
Yeah. So I'm sorry, you were going to ask a question just before that. You mentioned something about last week.
Oh, at the Special Olympics last week, where I saw you play.
Okay.
As a partner, it seemed like when the clock ran out. Wait a minute, were they on the clock?
They were not on the clock.
Oh, I'm sorry. Never mind.
So last week, here in the state of New York, they held the New York State Fall Games.
Yes.
So what happens is your local clubs, your local community programs throughout the state in each of the regions.
Because it was 4-4 and I moved the last green over, so it was 5-4. So I don't know how it said 6.
So they were just here talking about whether the score is 5-4 or 4-4, and it looks like it's going to be 5 Saratoga, 4 Fort Edwards.
When I put that red green, it made it 5-4.
So Lou, you were talking about the event last week.
Makes me not think I was crazy.
Right,
I was mistaken. I was thinking of something else.
Yeah, no, that's okay. So what happens there is you have your local community programs, and they play during their season. The fall season is Bocce. And then from the local program within your specific county or district, then there's a regional event. So in our area of central New York, the regional event was over the Tocolana Club over in Rome. Mm-hmm. And the local community programs all gather there for the regional event. From that point, each of the districts, they send representatives or athletes to the state games. So the state games in Glens Falls, over there in Warren County, you had each of the 9 districts in the state of New York participating in the 7 sports, the 7 fall sports. Mm-hmm. And Bocce was one of those sports. So each of the districts that were represented, you had Bocce teams made up of your Special Olympic athletes.
And these were adults mostly, right?
Yes, the adults. And then you also had, separate from your Bocce teams that are the Special Olympic athletes, you had the unified teams that were there as well. So there were 2 separate groups participating at the state games.
Mm-hmm. Were the unified teams playing against the Special Olympics? They were separate.
The unified teams were playing against the unified teams.
I see. Mm-hmm.
And then you had your Special Olympic athletes competing against Special Olympic athletes.
And did those unified teams have a time clock?
No.
No, they didn't.
We played 2 points, up to 12.
I see.
In the teams and the way that the brackets were all identified is all by your evaluations there's a criteria that each of the athletes have to go through. X number of balls into. Each player has an evaluation.
Really?
Right.
A formal evaluation.
Formal evaluation. So you have
done by the coach.
By the coaches of each of the local programs. That's right.
Interesting.
And what happens is that this way here, the competition is mirrored. So like abilities play against like abilities. Mm-hmm. Right. So it's more evened out. And that's also for your unified partners as well.
Interesting. Well, it was quite an event last week. It was my first time there, and it was fabulous.
Over 900 athletes were involved.
Yeah. And that dome in Queensbury is huge.
Yeah, beautiful. And those bocce courts, there were 14 bocce courts. The courts themselves were the portable courts from Paca Bocce.
Paca World.
Paca
right?
Worlds.
Yeah. She's calling out the games for the last round.
As they say, bocce can be played anywhere.
You mean it doesn't have to be on a specific size court? With
Right.
specific rules?
As we know, our friends often say, as long as people are playing bocce, right? That's what counts.
So let's see who she's going to call out on this court for this last round.
That was exciting. The last game, down to the last frame.
Yeah, 5-4.
Right? Last frame, the last ball. Both teams had an opportunity to sneak one in for the point. It's the
She announced that this is the last round of games. But I think she announced. I kind of had an ear out for what she was saying.
It's nice that the facility is available for the program.
Oh yeah, the Italian American Community Center. Yeah. I remember coming here years ago before these 4 courts were built. They had, I think it was 2 courts out where now they've expanded the parking lot to cover the area, but it used to be under like trellises where they grew the grapes.
Oh sure.
So you'd be playing under the grapes.
Do they have courts indoors as well or just outside?
As far as I know, just outside, but I don't know. I've only been inside this club once for dinner. They put on nice, very nice meals. When I lived here in Albany, what they were known for, at least to me, was their Friday evening dinners, and they were packed.
So we have Queensbury and Saratoga. Young man's going to set the Polino from Saratoga. Once again, right on cue. He's your proverbial lead pointer, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
he's got his spot on the team. Look at that. Nice roll.
I think I found my
nice roll to start the game.
A unified partner, Lou.
Yeah. Hey, he's Saratoga material. You know.
Well, I have a good one up there in Syracuse.
Well, stick to Syracuse then, sir. And Queensbury, equally good. Equally good. Like I said, equally good.
Yeah, it's going to be quick.
That's a measurement. Wow.
This is the some of what we're seeing with the mechanics and the speed of play, and each of the school districts, when they look for technical expertise, right?
Yes.
They look for that knowledge. Folks like you and I, and our colleagues who play year round, have.
Yeah, we've been approached and asked to if we would, give a couple pointers.
Good.
So we'll follow up on that. I don't know why green threw. Oh, is red all out of balls?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's hard to see all the balls sometimes with a lot of people standing around the courts and scoreboards in the way sometimes.
This is going to be one green.
One green. Saratoga.
Let's transition to the other end of the court. Queensbury. Saratoga. One green, one Saratoga.
Let's see how our leadoff guy does this time.
Let's look on court 2. We have Queensbury playing Fort Edwards.
Well, that might be another Saratoga team. I think Fort Edward is officiating that one.
I see, yeah. My apology. You are correct.
Wait a minute. Saratoga got the point, right? Oh, again, I couldn't see the ball. A little long again. They're coming up with their third ball here. Queensbury. This has potential.
This is a very nice ball.
That's going to be in there.
So red is in for the point.
I see sparkly things on the court. Can you tell what those are?
From a pom-pom?
That's what it kind of looks like. I don't know. Down to, oh, here comes a third ball for Saratoga. I like the way he deliberates. He's got his pre-roll routine. Just made it a little short though. Nice line, a little short.
You know, to the athletes' credit, you know, they come here and they're playing on a different surface.
Oh yeah.
So it's hard to get adjusted that quickly.
I think red's sitting with a point, and they've got 2 balls back. No, 1 ball. No, 2 balls back. 1 ball back. So 1 red.
1 red.
1-1. 14.5 minutes left.
So Lou, you mentioned in your bocce travels, you're off to a tournament here next month in November.
We're going to Dallas.
You're going to head out to Dallas?
Yeah, we're looking forward to that one. This is I think it's the 2nd year, the Lone Star Open. I think Big E calls it.
Did you go last year? No.
No. That's a 3rd year. Michael's telling me it's a 3rd year. Haven't been there. We managed to squeak in this year. Oh, Michael's saying he could be wrong. I don't know. 2nd or 3rd year, whichever it was.
We just got a thumbs up that the Paulino did in fact cross midcourt.
So yeah, we'll be going there. I guess it's 28 teams. There's going to be round robin play, followed by a double elimination knockoff. There's going to be a gold division and a silver division in the knockoffs, depending on how you perform in the round robin division.
There's plenty of.
So I think there's 7 teams in each group. So you'll play each team once. So that's 6 games, and based on those results, then you're seeded into one of the 2 double elimination tournaments. So it should be a lot of fun. I understand that Big E puts on he's quite the host.
Wonderful.
I've heard nothing but absolutely glowing comments about his hospitality and all of the organized events that he lines up. And it's held at I don't know if it's called a clubhouse or a ballroom, whatever, overlooking a racetrack.
A horse track.
Yeah, quarter horses. So they'll be racing quarter horses, which you can, apparently you're looking down over the track. And
looks like Saratoga's setting up for their last ball. That's going to be well short.
Yep.
And the young lady is actually smiling and laughing at
her performance.
Mm-hmm.
Comes a ball. This might, if it hits a red one, it might be 2. That's 2 points right there, I think. What do you think, Dino, from where you're standing? Can you tell?
It's certainly going to be close.
I think it's 2 from here.
Yeah. I would measure.
Oh, yeah. We'll see. We'll see if something else moves. That's a
very
good ball.
nice, right.
If he moves Paulino a little bit.
Oh, that's definitely 1 point.
Yeah, I think it's 3 right
That
now.
leaves Queensbury with 1 ball left.
So anyway, yes, very much looking forward to the
Yeah.
Dallas tournament. We'll be going out there. Michael and I will be going out there. We're joined by Alan Knox, our buddy from
the West Coast,
the Bay Area,
Yeah.
California, where he plays at Los Gatos. As they pronounce it out there, Los Gatos. That's how he pronounces it, Los Gatos. And Tony Sarasoli from Florida. Good friend of mine from decades ago, and I don't think we've ever played on the same team, but we did many years ago.
Yeah.
We went out to tournaments near Boston and played out there.
Excellent. You got better eyeballs than I do.
2 red points.
Good.
3-1 game. I was wrong about that third ball. I thought it was in.
Yeah, that was close. Nice to see him put the tape down to measure it.
Yeah. Yes, the different referees have different ways of measuring. But anyway, just to close it out about the Dallas tournament,
Sure.
28 teams from all over the country, and I understand it's just a class act out there. Can't wait.
As have I.
I'll have to
heard
wear
the same,
socks that
right.
match, and make sure I don't stand out.
Queensbury places a Paulino. This young gentleman.
He's got a nice soft roll.
He sure does.
Gets down really low.
As we hit the 10-minute mark, score 3-1 Queensbury.
Okay, Saratoga's got to get in this game here.
Yeah.
Well,
a little heavy.
Maybe the Paulino wound up down there. That might turn out to be a great shot.
Here comes the sharpshooter, right?
This is the roller.
Yeah,
he's been leaving him short. He's been leaving. See if he
Yeah.
gives it a little bit more. Yes, he
got
did.
it.
He adjusted nicely.
Very nice. Very nice. Sitting 1 green. Saratoga in for the point.
Oh,
but
if she
this
plays
is
off the red, it might be good. No. So 2 balls each. Each team has 2 balls left.
As you may or may not be able to see on the side of the court, each of the referees.
Oh, look at this. Oh,
Well
now
done.
the red's sitting 2 points, I think.
Each
Yeah.
of the referees are holding what looks like a ping pong
paddle.
To designate green or red. So our athletes are able to determine which team needs to roll next.
That's correct. Yeah. And that looks like a ping pong paddle that I made as a shop project when I was in like 6th grade.
Right.
I still have that paddle. Look at this ball.
Well done.
Beautiful. Was that their last ball, Dino? It was, wasn't it?
That was.
And there's 1 red ball left.
Saratoga just played their 4th ball.
And what do we got? Oh, we still have 8 minutes left.
Right.
So.
And then leaves Queensbury with their last ball.
And I know I've repeated this, but I just love the fact that nice shot. Oh. They're talking to each other. They're helping each other.
Yeah.
Kids who don't know each other.
And that's the partnership. That's the partnership you see.
Yeah, but I'm talking about from the other
both teams.
From the other team.
Yeah, sure, right. Yeah, their encouragement. That's the key.
Oh, these kids are great.
So we're sitting score 3-2.
Standing next to me is Nathan. I don't know his last name, but I understand he's the assistant director of Unified Sports for New York State.
Oh, is that right?
That's what I understood.
Have we had Nathan on the booth yet?
Not yet, and I don't know.
You want me to see if we can get Nathan to sit down and give a few words? Just 1 second. Let me see if I can't get him on the booth.
Okay. Sit down. Okay. Here comes a nice roll. This young man has adjusted. He's a great roller. Look at that. That's where you want the ball. In front of the Paulino, in direct line. Queensbury's coming straight down the middle. Got the Paulino. That's a red point. It's going to be a little long, a little to the right. Saratoga's coming up with their third ball now. I think that's going to be a good one. Michael's back on the mic. Mike on the mic. So Green's got the point.
Yeah.
That rode the rail, right? Kind of just.
All right. There's a gutter over there.
Yeah.
Gonna try and do the same thing.
Oh, that's a good ball.
A little more angle on the board, and it comes out.
It's gonna go back to the board.
Beautiful ball.
Nice.
By the board, though, Saratoga should be able to knock it out.
It's their last ball.
If they choose to.
Oh, yeah,
Here
she's
we
trying.
Go.
She's
That's
got
a good
Paulino,
shot.
I think.
No, she got the ball.
Got the ball. Nice. That's
Great shot.
That's a 1 point for Saratoga sitting right now. 1 ball left for Queensbury.
Queensbury.
Oh, and he's going to get the point.
Very nice.
Did you know that Queensbury is next to Kingsbury? It's true.
Okay. Where? In the reverse dictionary?
No. Geographically. And
what is Kingsbury?
Kingsbury is a little, I don't know if it's a township or whatever, but it's right next to Queensbury.
Which came first?
Oh, there's a good question. Maybe somebody said, we're going to name this is such a great place, we're going to name it after the Queen, and then somebody else came along and said, hey, you think that's a great place? Look at this place, we're going to name it after the King.
Well, I think Queensbury is winning that battle because I never heard of Kingsbury. Just ticked under 4 minutes on the game clock. That Paulino's about 4 inches over half court. It's a good Paulino. First ball for Queensbury. Good spot for it. It's about a little over 4 feet short, but it's in front.
This will be the last full frame, I'm sure. So.
A shot. Oh. Well, you got one down there. In case they want to shoot Paulino now, play aggressively. Here comes a ball.
Beat the point. I think she's going to get it.
Wow.
That's a nice ball.
Yeah, that slowed down pretty quick. I thought that looked long, but that's a great ball.
I'd say Saratoga needs 2 for the tie.
Comes a shot.
Oh.
Paulino. Nice shot, bad break. Made Saratoga's point a little better. It's 2 balls down for each team. Queensbury's going to be forced to use their third first.
Ooh, there's a little coaching going on down there with technique.
Yeah. Like I said, not ideal broadcast conditions. We had about an hour this morning to figure everything out.
Look at this. Paulino shot.
Been here before.
Still going to be a green point, though.
Yeah, and that's why that long ball from Saratoga comes into play.
So this will be the last ball for Queensbury coming up. Saratoga still has 2 back. And there's a minute 56 left. So is Queensbury going to use a stall technique?
I like it. Survey the court.
Yeah. Very cerebral.
Indeed.
He picked his line and he took it. That's going to come out. It looks like it's red.
I think so. Roll back a little bit.
The ref guesses. It was their last ball anyway.
Last ball for Toga.
It's going to hit the red out. It's going to hit the red up. Oh, hit the green up too. Oh, that's going to take some serious measuring down there. Doesn't matter. Green's got to shoot anyway.
Take a guess, ref.
We're down to 53 seconds.
Oh, Saratoga had another ball. The ringer.
Yeah.
The ringer.
The ringer's putting one in.
Beautiful distance. Look at that ball.
Nice ball.
Wow.
Applause from the booth on that one. I think they got 2 in there.
That could be a game-saving ball.
Can move that ball. I'm measuring over the ball.
The athletes anxiously await the call.
Down to 20 seconds. Can they measure within 20 seconds? Let's see what the call is. Maybe Saratoga pulled off a tie. 2 points.
2 green.
2 green.
Saratoga ties it up at the buzzer.
And there's the buzzer coming. There's the buzzer.
Wow.
Do you want to give the handheld mic to Leigh again?
One more round, I think.
Oh, really?
That's what I'm hearing from Coach Bellinger. One more frame?
Oh, one more frame to break the tie.
One more frame, yeah, that's what I meant.
Okay, pressure's on.
Here we go, a sudden death.
This is the last frame of the culmination of the whole season.
That's right.
The whole first season.
The entire season comes down to this frame. It's going to be a very important first ball from our ringer here.
This guy's good. I think he's going to put one.
He's a natural. I like the Paulino placement, center of the court.
Does he have Paulino? A little bit. That's playable.
Maybe our referee will move now.
I'm going to ask him to move.
Yeah.
The ball's in there. Good point.
Hey, he moved.
Uh-oh. Saratoga's down to the last 2 balls. Queensbury still has the point.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
It only takes 1.
That's right. Ball number 3. All right, we got a couple balls down there. Let's see a Paulino shot.
This lady put in
for the game, for the whole season.
She put in a nice ball last time. Look at this. Look at this.
Little touch,
Look
little
at this.
Paulino.
Oh yeah, Saratoga, man, they pull them out. They got 2 points laying there.
Clutch, yeah. 2 green, 3 balls back for Queensbury though. That ball on the left is the best one. It's about a 5-foot point. Here comes ball number 2. It's sailing.
That's gone.
That's gone.
2 balls left for Queensbury.
Is it possible, Dad? Can Saratoga pull this one out?
It'll be the 3rd time.
Down 4-2.
2nd time. The first game they pulled it out in the last frame.
Down 4-2 with 10 seconds left. He rolls a 1-foot point, 50 feet down the court.
This could be, no, it's a little long. It's going to be long. Down to the last ball for Queensbury. This is it.
It's long.
That's gone if it doesn't touch anything.
That's gone.
That's
Saratoga pulls out the victory.
2 points.
From the jaws of defeat.
Wow.
2 points. Saratoga wins at 6-4.
As a Saratogian, does that make you proud?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Great job, Saratoga. Great job, Queensbury. Great game all around. Started to see the players adapt to the courts as the day went on. Like I said before, a lot of these players, it's got to be their first time playing on what we would consider real courts. And they did quite well, all things considered. Well, we're going to tally our results, and we will have another medal presentation from Special Olympics Leigh Howard. I'm going to go give her her microphone.
Okay. I think they called this event the culmination. I saw it in parentheses, or in quotation marks, the culmination event for this pilot season. So this wraps up the pilot season for Section 2 Unified Butch. Hopefully the boards of education, the athletic directors, all the decision makers. This I will be quiet.
All right, we're going to send it over to Special Olympics New York's Leigh Howard. Take it away, Leigh.
Thank you. Okay. So first and foremost, I know that we did a little bit at the start, but I want to reiterate the thanks that we have. First and foremost, to all of your spectators, to any additional staff members, any support that you had in getting here to these games. Give those people a big round of applause, whether they're here or not. Secondly, and perhaps most important, this is an experience, as I said at the very beginning, that is unique, it's new, it's special. And for that reason, the coaches that you have had to do so much more work because they didn't have a template, they didn't have a guidebook, they didn't have anything in terms of experience that could help them. So through meetings and conversations and questions and more questions and more questions, we got there and we got here today. So a massive, massive round of applause to the coaches who put in so much time to make this happen. Thank you, guys. I also want to thank the Bocce Broadcasting Network, who's here today. Thank you for your support in helping putting our opportunities more on the map. I said it before in the earlier session. It's the kind of exposure that we need, and it's the kind of exposure that we deserve. So I appreciate them covering it being something that you guys can go look back on, hopefully for many days, weeks, months to come. So thank you to them as well. 2 round of applause. And then the last thank you goes to, all of you guys. Thank you guys for taking the opportunity as athletes and as partners to learn a new sport, to be part of a new environment, to either be part of your 3rd sport with your school or your very first. We are incredibly grateful for the effort, the training, the attitude, and the time that you all put into being part of Special Olympics New York. So huge round of applause for all of our students.
To Leigh, all the organizers last year to make an event like this happen.
Thank you. Thank you. Coach Peter may not be invited back. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Here we go. For the first ever unified bocce season, drum roll, there it is. In 4th place, with a small but mighty group, Fort Edward. So if I could have each coach come up and you can call your athletes out one by one to earn your ribbons, if you'd like, or we could just give them all.
All right. I don't need the mic. Nicholas.
Good, go ahead. Together? Take a little picture. Do you want in, Coach Peter? Awesome. Thank you, Fort Edward. Fantastic job. Good work. And in 3rd place, Saratoga Springs Blue Streaks. How can I do this for you?
I'll call her names.
All right. I'm just going to do first names, keep it quicker. Tegan. Oh, the queen herself.
Jack.
Jack. And Sherry. You got 3rd place, Bob. You got 3rd place. Sorry, no problem. Yeah. I got it right now.
And then our last group of 4, Adam.
Hey. You know, one more. Please. All right. So.
Yep. Ready?
And although last session, last division, I did say it was the closest competition I had been a part of, you guys had to go and completely rewrite that script. With a tied score, a tied record on the day, our final two teams were decided based on a head-to-head tiebreaker. So after losing in the head-to-head competition, but a fantastic performance overall, our second place finishers are Mohanason, Thank you, Mohanason. What are you, the Warriors? Yeah, I know.
Time being. No, hey, my leading gift.
Oh,
Next one. Yeah.
sorry. Thank you. All right, and that can only mean one thing. We're done here, right? We're all ready to go? Good. And after two ties in the season or the tournament play and a tie overall, winning after the head-to-head battles in their first ever unified competition beyond unified basketball, looking great in their yellow uniforms, keeping the suspense going. First place finishers, Queensbury High School. Congratulations. Congratulations. Guys made it really good. Right? I mean, we're
Oh, congratulations to all of our athletes and coaches. Thank you, Leigh, for the nice words in the medal, ribbon ceremony. Congrats, especially, of course, to Queensbury, the Queensbury Spartans, our gold medalists. Second place goes to Mohanason. The Warriors, I believe.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
The Warriors of Mohonasen, third place, my alma mater, Saratoga Blue Streaks, and rounding out the top four, Fort Edward, the Flying Forts.
The Flying Forts. That's a
Flying
great name.
Forts, right?
Yeah.
I'll let Leigh finish her. Thank you, Leigh. With me in the booth now, Mr. Nathan. Would you like to introduce yourself to the folks at home?
Yeah, absolutely. My name's Nathan Johnson. I work with Special Olympics New York as the executive director of Unified Sports across the state. So I work a lot with our staff who are working on school-based partnerships, bringing Unified Sports and Unified Champion Schools programming to schools.
And is this, so Bocce's new to Section 2. I know it's a pilot program in Section 2 this year.
Yeah.
Have you done it elsewhere in the state?
So last year out in Western New York, we did it as well. And so it hasn't really become affiliated with either section yet because NISFA's involvement hasn't been there yet. Part of that is because Bocce isn't a recognized sport within NISFA. And so they can't just go, all right, we'll add a unified offering to a sport that doesn't exist. And so
NISFA is also involved in the unified sports?
NISFA is our partner for interscholastic unified sports, yes. So it's Special Olympics programming, and about 11 years back, we sat down, a gentleman named Todd Nelson, who's the associate director at NISFA, really pushed hard to get this partnership with us and to get interscholastic unified sports happening across the state. So we started with unified basketball in Section 2 about 11 years ago, 12 schools. This past year we had 270 schools participating either in unified basketball or unified bowling interscholastically. And our hope is that if it's the desire of our schools that are participating in unified bocce, that we get unified bocce recognized as well as an interscholastic sport.
And what does that mean for unified sports to have NISFA officially recognize it as a interscholastic, that's the word you used, right? Interscholastic sport?
Yeah, I think it means a lot. So, to be completely honest, Special Olympics, even with our unified sports branding, is a little stigmatized. People still don't understand kind of what our organization is. They look at us as a charity, but what we're trying to do is leverage sports to show that people with intellectual disabilities and developmental disabilities can achieve. They can train, they can prepare, they can go out and compete. And unified sports is, just an inclusive branch of that movement, an opportunity for students with and without disabilities or individuals with and without disabilities to play together. And when NISFA puts their stamp on it, it raises that credibility. They are the authority of high school sports in the state of New York, and it brings recognition to the programming. So these students, in addition to competing for Special Olympics New York, they're really competing for their schools, just like their peers without disabilities.
Right. Yeah, I could see, that makes sense that it kind of, I don't want to say lends some legitimacy to the competition. That's not the right way to say it, but yeah, like you said, puts their official stamp on it.
Yeah. It's one of those things like we Special Olympics fights continually for our credibility, just because of that perception that we're this sort of nice thing that we do for people with disabilities, and having NISFA again, it secures that credibility. Good game, man.
Good job.
Game. Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. So we both. I think that high school sports sometimes gets a bad rap because it's, anytime you read headlines about high school sports, it tends not to be, oh, this great thing happened or this great opportunity. It tends to be like the issues between schools or some sort of drama happening within a school.
Yeah.
And really, like, NISFA's philosophy behind it is not preparing kids to go on and be collegiate and professional athletes. It's really about how participation in sports lends to building credibility or character, integrity, teamwork, and all those life lessons that are associated with participating in sports. And like they see it as just a way for their schools to serve a greater slice of the school population.
And for other sports, well, I guess other sports were recognized as NISFA sports before they became unified sports?
Yeah, so we so the way that we worked it is so NISFA has basketball for both boys and girls, and so for us to bring them the unified sport of basketball is easy because we're already kind of fitting into a sport that they offer.
Yeah.
Similar with bowling. So then we just sit down and we go, okay, what are your rules? What rules do you follow? What are the Special Olympics rules? And then we sort of marry the two together. If there's adaptations or modifications that need to be made, we make them. And then we cement it. So actually within NISFA's handbook for all their member schools, there's a section that's unified sports. We have our unified basketball rules, our unified bowling rules. Just with Bocce, because it isn't an interscholastic sport where schools are competing under that NISFA banner, it makes it a little bit harder. But there's still a way in which we can, if schools want this to be something that their sections provide, governance over, and NISFA provides governance over, it's going to happen.
I think it makes sense it's not only for the unified athletes, but also for everyone. It's an accessible sport. It's something that, like I was talking with one of the coaches earlier, you don't have to be 6 feet tall to play bocce. It can be, so it's a good opportunity for a lot of people to, a lot of kids who otherwise may not have that opportunity to represent their school and to be engaged in the competitive atmosphere in that environment. And like you said, there's a lot of life lessons that come along with that, and it helps with, it's a chance to socialize and make friends and.
Yeah, I think that
get out of the house,
for sure,
away from the screens.
Yeah. Bocce is. I think there's so many upsides to it as a sport. Like you said, there's downtime where those social connections are built between individuals.
Yeah.
When you're playing on a basketball team and you're just constantly running up and down the court, you don't have that chance to get to know the person. You might do it on the bus ride, and we know that happens as well. But similar to bowling, there's that downtime between your participation, which I think is great. The accessibility piece, spot on. As you saw earlier with our first divisions that went, we had a couple of individuals that were using mobility devices, and for them to participate it's important. They can put on their school uniform and they can have their identity as an athlete within their school.
Yeah, I imagine it builds a lot of confidence.
Absolutely.
Have there been any other sports that have followed that path before to, as far as being a unified sport first and then becoming a NISFA? Because I imagine that doesn't happen very often, that NISFA adds or recognizes new sports, or do they?
So they do. So the things that I know that they've added recently, so let's say within the past decade, is that cheerleading wasn't officially recognized as a NISFA sport about 10 years ago, and they added that, and they ramp it up slowly. So they might start with a few sections that are piloting it, and then they'll do not a state championship, but a state tournament to sort of build interest in it. And so the two that are more recent than that is they've added girls wrestling, which is amazing. I think that this might be their first year of a formal state championship for girls wrestling. And then they piloted last spring girls flag football. And so they have flag football as an option. I don't know if they'll be at a championship this year or the next year, but they're building interest. I think it was 4 or 5 sections that started off, 60, 70 schools across the state, but it really picks up. It's sort of similar to unified sports in that way, where we started unified basketball in one section, 12 schools. The next year in that section we had 18, and we added another section. So we, it sort of rapidly grew.
Yeah, starting with, 9 teams already. It seems like a solid start, especially it's a short season this year. Do you anticipate next year having a longer season?
Yeah, so what we'll end up doing after the season is we'll sort of convene all the coaches and people who want to be involved in that conversation, and we'll do feedback on the upsides, the downsides. We had some schools that struggled with recruitment. So we had one school that was sort of playing pickup matches throughout the year, but didn't participate in the tournament today. Another school that was here didn't have enough people to field a full team, but they still came down and participated. So Leigh will take all that input and feedback from the schools, and we'll really work together to improve the programming next year. So we're always advocating for more. Like if we can get it started sooner, beginning of September, and have the season run, with it being outdoors, we're always at the mercy of the weather, which today was like, this is a perfect fall day in upstate New York.
October 27th.
Yeah. So I think that's really what we do is we try to work with our schools, see where they want to drive it, and we try to help with that leadership and driving it in that direction.
Yeah, I was just thinking there, not very many indoor bocce facilities. There's one in Troy, but other than that, there's a few kind of, the courts they're like half this size. And there's a couple others, but not really spaced out enough around the section for the different schools to use them.
Right.
So
I'm sorry to interrupt. In Western yesterday, we had 11 schools, and we actually used like an indoor soccer facility. So we used the Pack-A-World inflatable courts, and so we'd set up 13 courts and did everything indoors in that space, because they were worried. End of October, it's always weather dependent. So that's something we can look at too. Pack-A-World's been a great partner. We just need to be able to build up our inventory of courts over time to be able to do the programming that way.
Yeah, that's a great. Pack-A-World has really opened up the possibilities of where you can play bocce. I have friends in Chicago that run bar leagues. They have hundreds of bars that participate, and they use a lot of the bars. Some of the bars have courts that they built there, but a lot of them are the Pack-A-World courts. But everything today seemed like it went really well. It's an awesome environment to be part of. Yeah. I'm sure it's a super gratifying job to have.
Yeah. So I mean, actually, I want to because you're commentating and you're also you're running the cameras, and I saw you zoom in on the moment, which I think you really captured the essence of kind of what today was about when Leigh was doing that build-up with Queensbury winning, and you kind of zoomed in on an athlete who was celebrating. And that's what we're going for, is we know that people are going to be disappointed if they lose. Losing provides great lessons. You learn a lot when you lose, but also we want to see that people really are striving to win and be the champion of the tournament.
Yeah, it's nice to watch for somebody who's played this sport my whole life, and only until recently have I started seeing younger people playing. To watch high school teams compete and to see how invested in the game they are, it's really nice and encouraging to watch. So I'm happy. I've said it probably 25 times today, but I'm really happy to see the effort that's going into unified bocce and the opportunities that are now being made available to these athletes. So
absolutely,
I appreciate, and I know I speak for the whole bocce community. We all appreciate the work that you guys are doing as an organization and working with all these schools to grow the sport of bocce and to provide these opportunities for these athletes. So
I think it's one of those cool things that it is sort of a very not well-known sport. I think a lot of people have played bocce in their backyard, at picnics and things like that. But these resources exist in communities, not just across New York, but across the country. And like you said, the participation, if it's aging in the sport, and we can build that interest where more individuals get involved, we can build partnerships with clubs where they can start to partner with us on unified programming. Adult unified programming is something we don't have a lot of in the state of New York. The kids get a lot of time to have inclusive sports opportunities, inclusive leadership opportunities, but it's one of those things when I talk to our community-based coaches, especially those coaches who are parents of adult athletes within Special Olympics, they sort of say, hey, like, you know, when are we going to get some unified sports going too? So I think that Bocce is one of those great opportunities, again, with these institutions like the Italian American Community Center, you know, places that are willing to partner with us to build the programming. It's exciting that we can grow the sport.
Yeah, like you said, these places exist. They're all over the place. I know where a lot of them are, but no, you know, when I tell my friends I'm going here to play bocce, they're like, I've never heard of that place. I've lived here my whole life. I never knew it was there, you know. So there are a growing amount of resources. And with things like this, there's a lot of people like myself around the country who have a love for the game, maybe grew up playing with their family or, you know, whatever the case is. And there's a lot of people now that are working to make the sport, to expose more people to the sport, to make it more accessible. And there are those resources out there. Like I mentioned before, there's a site called boccemaps.com that you can go on now that has, we're accumulating, a friend of mine started it to basically, it's exactly what it sounds like. It's a map of all these clubs around the country and a little bit of information about them. And, you know, oftentimes their contact info and stuff. So just to kind of bring bocce into the 21st century, which up until this point it's really been, you know, like you said, aging membership in a lot of these clubs, especially in New York. Other parts of the country are doing better than we are at bringing in young people, but something like this, for the, like I said, for the sport is awesome, but also, you know, more importantly for the kids to just to give a different set of kids an opportunity to do something that they can enjoy and that can add value to their lives.
Absolutely.
So, yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, I think we're just about the last ones left in the building now. So I know you probably got some work to do. Did you come from Buffalo? Didn't they have an event in Buffalo yesterday?
Yeah,
you were there yesterday?
Yeah, so I went out there yesterday to support our teammates out there.
Well, you must be exhausted.
Not too bad. Like
you were here before we got here.
Yeah, well, that's. I mean, I don't want to. You know, it sucks when you're the staff who shows up and you got to set up a bunch of stuff on your own. I live locally, and so.
Oh, do you?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. So it worked out really well. But yeah, I mean, it's also one of those things, like this being the first year, you know, they did that little pilot last year out in Western New York, but really ramped it up this year. I want to be there to support my teammates because, again, like it is a sport where a lot of our coaches, like they know it from playing in their backyard. They don't know the more formalized rule structure of things. And so being able to support, you know, any conflict or problems that arise, you know, and also just to see that, how are people reacting to it, talk to some parents, talk to some, you know, administrators from buildings. It's funny that there's a lot of rumors going around about schools talking to their grounds crews about potentially building courts and things like that.
I've heard some of those, yeah.
Yeah, which would be awesome, I think, especially like, you know, really from a school perspective. There's a bus driver shortage, not just in New York, but nationally. Yeah. It's a job that people don't want to do, and transportation costs money. And so if you can just roll out the back of your gym and you got 4 or 5 courts out there, you know, you could use them for physical education. You could use them to, you know, have students coming over from other levels of school, middle school, elementary school, learning about the sport. So it'll be interesting to see if we have any schools that follow through and sort of build their own bocce courts. And
I, for one, would love to see that. And of course, as people who have played for, you know, our families played for generations, and we have a lot of other people that are involved in, you know, in the network. It's called a network because it is a network. We have other affiliate branches in other parts of the country, but we are, of course, available as a resource of any, you know, input on, just as people who've been around the game for generations, any input on, you know, on anything. We're happy to.
We appreciate that.
To be a what's the word?
A champion. You're a champion. You're a bocce champion in the truest sense. That doesn't mean you're the gold medalist. It means you're championing the sport of bocce.
Right.
Like you're elevating it, you're bringing more people to it, and you really want to see it because you believe it's a powerful vehicle for great outcomes. So.
Yeah, I've learned many life lessons through this sport, and it's added a great deal to my life. So, happy to help in any way that we can. But,
awesome.
Yeah. Anything else that you'd like to say to the folks at home, or?
No, just keep on tuning in. And if you're interested in unified sports, reach out and connect with your local Special Olympics program.
Mm-hmm.
Bocce's a great sport. We got a lot of different directions and things we can go in. So we're just hoping that this continues to grow and that people have the chance to get involved.
Yeah. So. Well, I look forward. We as a network look forward to being involved in the future. So, awesome. Thank you, Nathan.
Thank you.
Well, that's going to do it for, what do we call it? Section 2. The, I've used up all my words for the day. The pilot, Section 2, New York Section 2 pilot program, Unified Bocce, culminating tournament here at the Italian American Community Center in Albany, New York. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Congratulations to all of our athletes on a fantastic performance. Thank you to our Special Olympics representatives for all the work that they do and for having us out here, and everybody else who helped today, both in the booth and with the activities. That's going to do it for me. I need to go eat something. From the Italian American Community Center in Albany, New York, this has been a production of the Bocce Broadcast Network. I'm Michael Sheldon. Please like this video, comment after the fact, subscribe if you're not subscribed. Find us on Instagram at Bocce Broadcast Network, boccebroadcastnetwork.com. And we will see you next time. Our next broadcast will be next weekend from St. Louis, Missouri, the Aldo Della Croce tournament at the St. Louis IABC, one of the premier venues in the country. Until then, that's going to do it. Thank you for tuning in, and we hope to see you next time. You take it easy.